Welcome to the 2022 49er FX and Nacra 17 European Championship. My name's Ben Remacher, and I'm here with Chris Musil, and we're about to bring you two races of the Nacra 17, the conclusion of this regatta, up until the medal races, which will be this afternoon. And we're in some fantastic offshore wind conditions here in Aarhus, Denmark. Probably about 10 to 12 to 15 knots, and we've got all the best catamaran sailors here in the world to come and race some races. Chris, what are you excited about today?
Oh man, I'm so stoked right now. I was out on the water. It was flat, and the gusts are in actually the upper teens, Ben. So it's actually pretty cool out there. I was down at the Charlie course with the FX, and then moved over through the 49er, and then over to the Nacra course here. So actually, what I'm really excited about is it's flat. It's a little gusty, but the breeze is absolutely perfect. It may die a little bit today, but right now the average is around 15 knots. So what I'm excited about is to watch these boats sail on the foils upwind and downwind all the way around the course and see how the sailors use that tactically and strategically. Everyone talked yesterday about how everyone's still learning in the new foiling upwind game, and so it's going to be really great to see who stands out today and uses their speed and their strategy considering the foiling upwind. But I'm just excited to watch them sail around the course today, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be fascinating from just a sailor geek perspective to see how they race. And then, of course, we've got the three medalists from the last Olympics, plus a whole bunch of contenders for next Paris's prize. This is the first championship of the quad. We've seen, just to give you a summary of what's going on in the regatta so far, this is race 13, and Ruggero Tita with Caterina Banti from Italy, our Olympic champions, multi-world champions, are miles ahead. They've won every regatta this season, but they've never won it. They've never been in the lead by this much so far. They're on 15 points, and the next closest boat is 42 points behind them. So they have been the class of the field, and we may or may not see that come through today even more. But behind them is a tight pack of both the other Olympic medalists and some new faces to the fleet. We've got Micah Wilkinson and Erica Dawson from New Zealand sitting in second overall, and then Paul Koloff and Alicia Stulemer in third overall, and then Italian, Swedish, Finn, another Italian, British, Netherlands, Australia, Argentina, all behind in a fairly tight bunch. So we're going to see quite a bit in terms of the scoreboard happening here. They've got two races this morning to try and make it into the top 10 of the medal race, and then we'll have the medal race for you as well live this afternoon.
Yeah, what's interesting to watch here with the sailors, I talked to almost all of the top 10 yesterday while we were waiting around all day. It was so windy. The Nacra got there, they had most of half of a race in, and it got abandoned. So we talked a lot about, who was psyched for that, who was disappointed that they abandoned the racing. But it was really exciting to watch yesterday. If you go on the Nacra17.org, you can see some of Peter's amazing images from yesterday. Just a few capsizes, but they were pretty dramatic. But today, what I'm really interested in is that, when you're at the top of the fleet with Tita and Banti and Wilkinson and Dawson, there's no room above your head. You have to keep producing these top 5 finishes, just like Kohlhoff and Stulemer too. But right behind them, you have a group of super talented sailors. You have Ugolini and Jubilee, from Italy, and Jared and Johnson, Kirkby and Keskinen have all been like rising stars in the latter half of the racing. And then don't forget, you have world champions Bissaro and Frascari. I spoke with them yesterday. They're in a good mood. They're feeling good. And then, silver medalists Gimson and Burnett, and Waterhouse and Darmanin, silver medalists from 2016. So when they were before fully foiling Nacras. So we have people with Olympic experience. We have people with Olympic medals in the bottom of the top 10. And I think that's, this is kind of, they're already going to fight for the medal race. But, man, I really expect big things from them, going forward.
Yeah, and this has been a bit of a reset this year. The team's got a critical part that allows them to adjust their rudder rake in March only. So that's, 4 months ago. And that's really changed the game. It's allowed them to foil upwind. Upwind's probably 3/4 of the game in terms of time anyways. And they've all had to sort of relearn their modes, relearn how they sail. It's actually expanded the tactical options quite a bit. And we're seeing a bit of a reshuffle in the fleet as they as they learn how to use this new foiling system. So, in terms of seeing like Darmanin and Waterhouse a little farther back, like they've taken a lot of time off. Like they're only just getting into their campaign really again. I think this is 1 minute to go. Let's see if that flag. I think the flag went down there. So I think we're 1 minute exactly.
Awesome. Love these shots. It's going to be interesting. When you see the catamarans stacked up, a little further up the line, they need just a little bit more runway than a 49er would to, get their bow down. It takes time to get their bow down, and it takes a little bit of time to accelerate, whereas a 49er will just pivot for a second and then head straight upwind. So I think this fleet's going to move quickly down the line just a little bit, and we're going to have some great shots here.
I'm looking to see if there's a team that can sort of set up deep and can be up and almost foiling by the time the start happens. They've got a lot more acceleration to go from all the way to 0 to 17 knots here, which is what we expect them to sail upwind, and that's why we see them so deep. Let's see if they start accelerating. We're at 10 seconds to go. 10 seconds to go now. There we go. Koloff and Stuhlemmer, Germany 3 are closest to the pin. They are on ports. They're going to go behind. Let's see. We've got the Dutch coming off the line, and there we go. That's the start.
And they're off. And I think the Germans down near the pin are.
No, you're right. Yeah,
they look like they're a little far off the line, but the Dutch and the French really got off to a great start. Really, what's hard to see here they are. They're right up on the foils already.
Wow, that didn't take them long. So all the boats are fully foiling already.
Exactly, except for the French on their hip. And so, yeah,
Koloff and Stuhlemmer, Germany 3 in the center of picture. They were the ones who were pushing hardest to foil last quad. So they've got. They really thought it was possible even before the new setup, and now that they have the new setup, I think we can expect good things. Not that they won the bronze medal last Olympics too, and that's the Dutch team and then just on their hip is France. What is that? 5-7-1. We've got 4 French teams in the game.
And this is so awesome to see because, in the qualifying rounds, we had the same exact setup with the Germans down off the pin. They wound up ripping off to the left-hand corner and wound up leading the race. So let's see how that works. A couple boats have tacked off to port now. We have Santiago Lange with his new crew.
Maria. Actually, no, it's Vicky Trevasco.
Exactly, and we're looking for great things from them. They really have been not holding back, but they've been kind of like back in the fleet. You can see them on the left with the Red Bull logo on their sail. But the front pack is really separated now, and the fleet is pretty well split. But it looks like the pack that was able to stay on starboard, get up on the foil early, is pretty launched right now. So we'll see how boats come back. They lose a lot of speed. No one has done a foiling tack in a Nacra 17, and from talking to the fleet, it might be years before that happens.
Yeah, there's what they do is they actually sail the windward foiling hull around the windward hull, which is the one that hits first. So that's the fastest way to get the boats around through attack. So they're actually not as slow to attack as you might expect, but obviously it's a lot slower attacking than it is going 17 knots upwind like we see here. This is a very experienced team, actually, in terms of the helm. This is Jordanis Pachalis with his crew, Mirto Papadopoulou. But she's a new crew to the fleet, just actually finishing her studies. So they're just getting up to speed here. But you can see the whole fleet's foiling upwind, which is something we almost never saw last minute. There we go. Stuhlemmer and Koloff, is that them tacked back and crossing? It's hard to make out.
Yeah, I don't think they're crossing. I think we have a group from the middle that were able to get their bow free and really launch the Ugolini and Jubilee. Are definitely in the middle of the course on starboard, pretty ahead of that group on the left. Also with the Australians, Little and Brown, they are, the tracker showing them at first, but they're definitely in control of the fleet right now too. So the Italians tacked away onto port, and let's see how this works. The conditions are absolutely perfect. So when we talk about strategy and speed, this is a pretty straightforward race course right now. All you have to do is stay on the foils and do the right thing. Sounds easy.
Lots of teams going for their first tack. So, they all most of them started on starboard and have continued on. So it's pretty standard here. It's offshore winds. We would expect puffs and shifts from both sides. But taking the lead on the tracker is Tita and Banty, who I guess we shouldn't be too surprised. They started near the boat and held their lane. And now they have gotten a lift. And all the boats outside them that have tacked underneath, some of these boats, are behind. So T10 Banty with the first cross here. tough for the fleet to catch them if they're going to be leading around the windward mark. So, because they typically even extend on the downwind. So let's see, a little bit of racing yet left to go. There are a few boats that have gone to the far right side of the course, but the tracker shows them a bit behind. So I think we've got Tita and Banty. You can see them just right in the right corner of the screen here, still on starboard, crossing all these boats that have come across on port. That's our leader in this race and overall.
Yeah, and it's a tough look in these fleets, any of these fleets, when you're looking at that big kind of wall of boats directly ahead of you. But one thing we do know in the catamarans, the tacking angles are really wide, so shifts make a huge difference. We talked to Gimson and Burnett in the race that was canceled yesterday. They looked quite a ways behind on the left side of the course, but they were totally sure that there was going to be a nice shift there. They hit it, and they wound up being first to the weather mark yesterday in that race that was abandoned. So these shifts make a huge difference in these performance boats.
Just before we change picture, actually, we could see that Tita and Banty went for attack and actually got tacked on top of by Sweden's 61, which is Svensson and Dackhammer. So there's a little bit of a hole in the middle of the race course right now. And I think the Swedes and the Italians have gotten stuck in it. Escaping a little bit is Spain 566, which is, I believe, the Booth brother-sister combo. And that's who I think we can see just upwind of this France 571 through the sail. And
we've got Billy Besson and Ancien here, multiple Nacra world champion before they were foiling. But we're just, we're waiting to see Billy and his crew pop out here. But it's really awesome to see him hammering away here. He's been on the French Sail GP team. And, I mean, Billy's one of the best sailors in the world. His crew is now one of the best sailors in the world. So, just a little bit of a crash there. But you can tell that the breeze, that's like 15 to 18 in the puffs.
He's actually foiling really high compared to a lot of the other boats we've seen. I don't know that Billy's been sailing quite as much as some of the others this spring, but he's, back in the boat. He took most of the last quad off. I think he might have sailed 1 year last quad after winning 3 world titles before 2016, or maybe 4. I think he won all of them. And then had a bit of an injury before the Olympics. So
yeah, you can see he's playing with weather heel here. Yeah. I think that's something as the fleet develops going upwind, is that little bit of weather heel, just like the Sail GP boats and the America's Cup boats. The sail plan is so much more powerful when it's heeled over to weather, just like a windsurfer. So right now I think everyone's just happy to sail flat and be up on the foils upwind. But then next level, Billy's probably trying a couple new techniques.
Yeah, this is the British right of screen. So the British missed that sort of lull and that hole that we said. I mean, Italy 26, Tita and Banty are really in trouble. We saw them leading a while ago, but the teams that came to this close side, the center of screen here, they're the ones that are now in control of this race, or seemingly in control of the race. That's Kurtbay and Keskinen from Finland, tacking underneath a couple boats that are outside them on the ley line. But it's going to be close for the boats coming in from the left ley line.
One thing we're noticing here is, just like in the qualifying rounds, in the Nacra, in the 49er, in the FX, that as you get to the top of this course, the fleet kind of levels out. So whoever picks that last shift is really going to be in a lot of control. And GBR has a lot of leverage on the left-hand side of the course.
Yeah, this is the leading group right here on the port ley line. I think that's
Dutch 505, Netherlands 505 that we see here. And then we have the Austrians. Let's see, Austrian, Parisian, Zuckling.
Yeah, so left of screen is the leaders, and that's the Spanish. That's far left of screen, and then they're actually going to. It's really shifty on the top here, so there's a lot of bending going on.
And you can see, a lot's going to happen here. When we look at these, you see the Besson tacking there in a lull and then starting to pick up again. This is an oscillating breeze. It's always coming down from one side, then another side, and back and forth like that. So right now, the left side seems to be in control right here, but there's a big pack of boats to the right with a lot of great sailors in it, and we're waiting to see what happened there. It's the middle group that is usually, like, the middle group hedging towards the favored side, that usually works out when you get closer to the weather mark, and then one person out on the edge winning. Yeah. So let's see how this works out.
In the center of the course, we got Finland and Bissaro Foscari, Italy 71, who they can take advantage of any shift that comes. And I think we know it's shifty enough that there will be probably multiple shifts between here and the windward mark. So I like that positioning. They're certainly going to be rounding pretty well. People like the Brits here, who are way up on ley line, They could also do really well, but they have to have a left phase.
Yeah.
And it has to hold for them to do well. But, having said that, they look great right now.
Yeah, and they have their bow free. Right now, they're leeward hulls in the water because it's just more stable that way. They have to make these decisions. It's a big call to go for foiling upwind because they have to put their bow way down to get up foiling, and then you lose some.
It's a moding decision, yeah. So these
exactly.
guys are, you can see them, they're not even trapezing right now. So it's obviously in a bit of a lighter phase. So they've decided to go back to the high mode and sail a tighter version of close hauled.
Yeah.
That surprised me a little bit with their leverage that far out, but Silver Medal's
well,
no need to second guess them. They probably know what's going on, and
they've
they've got a great view of the fleet underneath them, and they've got a view over their shoulder of what wind they can expect. So right now they're right on ley line. It could be that one of those other couple boats, who are Finland 13, is looking the best there, and then Italy 71 far right, could beat them to the windward mark, but they're having a great race.
And here we go. The rest of that group below them on port, they are all with their bows down and foils up. And let's see, we're starting to get people to tack back, and maybe there's a little bit of a right shift coming. But there you see
There's
Finland. Finland's
yeah.
kind of leading that middle
13.
pack, heading to the right of the course. And let's see, and then
so
they
the only
just
boat
tack.
that can beat Finland here around the windward mark is Gimson and Burnett, but I'm showing them having slowed down. So I think the Finland is their leader, Kurtbjörn Keskinen.
But I think, Ben, there's a lot of race course. There's a lot of race course left. Okay, I gotcha. I was a little bit delayed in our in our tracker.
So there we go. They're heading into the windward mark here. We got Finland 13, Kurtbjörn Keskinen. They are sitting right now in 6th overall, but very tight on points, 20 points back of second place. So a good race here can cascade them up into podium position, potentially by the end of the day.
Cool. So big pack coming in from the right. Gimson and Burnett have a lot of magic to work coming in here on Portac Leyline, which is almost always the case with Portac Leyline. But really great to see the finish really going strong. They've just been climbing the last day and a half. And there they go, around in first. And behind them, Bassar and Frascari. Again, a team that was a little bit behind in this series, and now just really feeling good today.
Yeah, Bassar and Frascari, they are 7th overall. So they'll be, world champions from 2019. That's the Booth brother-sister combo. And that was that Madajani? I think so, and Bosco.
Well, we have the Italians around in third, and
No, that was the Italians in second.
I'm sorry.
Spanish in third.
Yeah.
Argentinians in fourth, and then the Dutch in fifth.
Exactly.
Going straight.
Sorry.
Little surprised to see the jibe set there from Medajani, and Bosco, but we'll see actually everyone's jibed onto port, so even the leaders have jibed on port. So maybe something with the angle, a little right late, which is what we saw with Gimson and Burnett not doing well, hang out to the left.
Exactly. Yeah, and that was that all happened at the very top of the beat there, and it's nice to see that some of the sailors are flexible enough to throw in the jibe set. Now a lot of the fleet's on
Look
port.
how puffy it is on shore, so you can see all the dark splotches. So we can also see a little bit behind the shoreline, and we're relatively close to shore here, and it looks to me like they're sailing away from the best breeze. But we'll see if the boats rounding right now, who are it's hard to see exactly
Remember
who it is, but they could say straight set if that holds, and it could look great. They're all jibing, so it must be a really big shift.
Exactly. And remember, if you think about the boat speed, if they're doing, if they get up to 15 knots in an 18 knot puff, they'll ride that all the way down.
Just looking at, I think that's either New Zealand or Australia here, had basically an auto jibe in that puff. If that holds and they can accelerate, they don't really look like they're going nearly as fast as the water is dark. Maybe it's too vertical or something.
Well, they're also trying to get their act together. When it's really puffy, like we were talking about, the apparent wind goes way back, and then you're asking a lot of 4 foils that are sticking in the water to react to that, and your sails too. So when it's puffy, especially when the delta is a couple knots different, it's a big deal. Now, what we see here with this puffiness at the top of the course is there should be a lot of passing lanes here. So let's take a look at the group and look who is separated across the course. Finland's obviously really well placed, kind of in between everyone and the mark. And that's exactly what you want.
Port downwind, but kind of on the rum line that goes straight downwind. So it's such a big shift that they're virtually headed straight downwind here.
They have no choice.
But we were looking at Argentina 93 in that overhead picture just a second ago. So you can see they're low and fast, and then here's our motorboat angle from the back of the fleet as well.
Yeah, and as we go down the course here, obviously the breeze is going to pick up.
Here we go.
What
This
a
is a nice
great
shot.
shot of New Zealand. And who was that? 15. Wilkinson and Dawson. So look at that. They're perfectly lined up for breeze. They bobbled a little bit when they did that, like you said, auto jibe. And here they are just hammering downwind. There's more breeze coming. They're going to probably head up a little bit to get a little bit more pressure and then run it right down.
Let's just keep an eye on them. Watch as they trim their sails, trim their body position to keep the boat active and foiling.
One thing I wanted to share about this
shot.
is when I was out there and the boats were sailing down toward me, and there's Santi sending it, and let's see how they end up on the low road there. But the thing that I noticed is the angle difference in puffs is 30, 40 degrees different between puff and lull. So these boats are, especially in these conditions, their tracks are all over the place. They're searching for pressure. They're trying to keep themselves out on the wire, keep the boat up on the foils.
Just as you spoke there, so Santi just did a 20-degree turn there to keep the boat rolling through the foils. This is what the fleet has had to learn to keep the four-boat foiling going.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are other designs where you pick up the windward daggerboard every time, but it's too physical to do that with only a two-person boat. You need a multi-person boat, 3 or at least, to do that. So this is a 4-point foiling system, and it's taken quite a few years for the teams to figure out how to do it. Let's watch them go into a jibe. They can foil jibe, so let's see if Santi and Travasco, Travasco pull that off. No, touchdown there, but
pretty good.
Pretty fast out.
What Santi's saying to his crew right now is saying, hey, we're in it. We took this puff down here. We're back in touch. We know what to do with opportunities. And, right now that's not over. They took a shift. They're going lower than everyone. And so they're just trying to get in touch with this lead pack of about 6 boats.
Right at the front of the race course, we've got Finland on the right and Italy in between them. So Finland's going for their last jibe here. They're going to be on port. Let's see if we can just, to looking at the 2 boats closest to the leeward marks, let's see if the Italians have just taken a lead there. We could see it just before it came out of picture. These are the Danes flying into the mark. They're in about 10th overall, just behind this pack. This is going to be some action. Hopefully we can keep an eye on all these boats. So not only are these guys having to control their boats, they're having a race too. The Booth brother-sister combo having a nice race there. So they've held their own downwind so far.
You can
Koloff,
see
Stuhlemer going for their jibe.
You can see that puffiness is held on.
Just a little bit light here as they're trying to. Is that the Booths that have gotten basically stuck after their jibe?
I'm trying to zoom in here for a second, everyone. Cool. Yeah, so what we're trying to figure out right now is we have the lead boats that are rounded, Bissaro and Frascari and Kirby and Keskinen. I think that looks like a dead even rounding for me with 1 and 2. What a great downwind leg. And the Argentinians have really done a great job kind of confirming that they are in this top 3. And Waterhouse and Darmanin really stepping up, sailing through a couple boats on that downwind leg.
Yeah, let's see how. Looks like most boats are going to the the go straight mark, so the go right mark. Few boats going for the jibe, but you can see they've got to sail through a bit of dirt once they do jibe. So most teams going straight, and then it looks like they're actually tacking over. So we're still in. I think the wind's gone right. That's what we saw in the downwind, and teams are coming out on starboard tack out of this set of leeward marks, whichever way they go around. So trying to get on the long tack first. We do expect it to go back and forth all day. It's just a signature of offshore breeze. So these top sailors having to manage all the mechanics of a very complicated boat, by far the most complicated boat in the Olympic scene these days, along with racing. So absolutely fantastic sailing from this group.
But nothing like yesterday. When you come into a leeward gate, the first boat or 2 that has some space around them yesterday in that race that got canceled were able to get around clean. But in a certain breeze, like once it gets above 20 knots, you need some elbow room. And if you don't have that elbow room and the main flicks one way or the other way, or a puff comes in when you're going slow, it gets really difficult. Here, we're below that threshold. It's just below 15 knots right now, and it's beautiful sailing. So that allows everyone to avoid those kind of little disasters and stay really close together. You can see that fleet's really close together, and we only have like the top 5 that's spread out. Everyone else is within striking distance of each other.
Yeah, yesterday was right on the edge. For those of you who were able to join us, it was well over 20 knots. And like you were saying, it's so hard to sail that any sort of interruption to your best laid plans of getting around the marks, you may not be able to accommodate it. So we did see a few. We only saw about 6 capsizes, I think, in the lap.
Yeah, max.
Two on the Barroway and 4 on somewhere down the run before it was called.
What a great scene here. I bet you everyone's really relaxed. I know that compared to yesterday for the Nacra sailors, that when they were sailing out today, they had the pedal fully down. We had this joke yesterday about the Nacra sailors do their own stunts in the movie that played out yesterday. And, after a day like that, you're like, that ain't so bad. And today they literally are trying to inch out every single ounce of speed. There's no holding back on this race course. It's flat. And it's just really awesome to see Sinem, Kirkby, and Keskinen really kind of stamping their mark on this race course.
Yeah, so just left a picture. We've got our 2 leaders, Finland and Italy 71, Bizzarro Frascari. But then in picture here, we just saw the Argentinians tack. So that was Bosco and Madajani. So center a picture, or left a picture is Waterhouse Darmanin. Bottom a picture is the younger Italians, Gubile with Ugolini, and then this is the Danes in, what are they, 7th right now. So this is the second leading pack. We've got a pretty good duel between Bizzarro Frascari pushing, sitting on top of kind of in a similar scenario to what we're seeing on screen, but just advanced 100 meters. So everyone's getting pretty close to the left ley line here. Maybe the wind's, they're still waiting for that shift to neutralize out. They're still sort of lifted from where the wind went on the downwind. Okay, so there we can see our leaders just tacking. And where's this? This is on
the right side of the course.
Tita and Banty. How far across are they? I wasn't even looking over there.
Yeah, no, they're not.
They're
they're still in the middle right side of the
Yeah.
fleet. Yep, they're in the teens. I was just thinking about them.
So you could see the Argentinians who had just tacked up that we were talking about before. They were right a picture.
But I think, it's a little deceiving when you look at the tracker, that if you look at Tita and Banty and they're right in the middle on the course axis right now. They're just crossing the course axis, which is the middle of the course. And they've got they've got some leverage on everyone, and it's really puffy. When we looked upwind in that drone shot, it's really puffy, and some of those are just coming straight down, and the only difference is speed getting to where you want to go. And that's where you use that puff, get up on the foils, get to the next puff, and then you can decide whether or not it's a shift.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see so many teams getting so levered. Like we did see our 3 medalists all center of course, because we've seen shifts both ways so far. Look at this is Madajani and Bosco ripping upwind here.
Yeah,
in nice pressure. I mean, they're in great pressure. They're one of the more right levered boats right now. So they're going for their tack, and they're going to come back in towards the fleet in great pressure. So hopefully for them, it's a righty. Or at least neutral, so they can take that pressure and get back in touch with the fleet. This is, again, how far right is that? I wonder if the Spanish don't have a tracker on. Do you see them on a tracker?
No, I don't, so it's really hard to tell right now. But I think that's the middle right-hand side of the course. Greece is furthest right, so if we wind up seeing them, they just tack. And Japan.
Oh, no, they do have a tracker. So somehow the booths had a really tough bottom of the leg here. They went from about 5th to 20th. So
but
not sure what happened there. Anyways, back on with Madajani and Bosco. They're the rightmost boat of the top group, trying to take this pressure they have and get across. And you can see those are our leaders towards that ferry right of screen.
Because of that dominated pressure or angle out of the leeward mark, the majority of the fleet is left right now, as opposed to the first beat where the fleet was really well spread out across the course. So right now that leaves the door open for the Argentinians, that if the breeze goes right at all, they're in a really great spot.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, I can tell by the tracker they're sailing in a bit of a header, so it doesn't seem like it's working out for them. That was, in the previous shot, you could see the Italians, Tita and Banty, actually sneaking out underneath the Argentinians. But we continue to have teams going farther and farther left, so they're obviously not finding left shifts to come back on very easily. But Bizzarro and Frascari, sort of textbook sailing. I think they went around the go right gate, quickly tacked onto the favorite tack, which was starboard. They've managed to pass the finish, Kirkby and Keskinen, and then really just controlled them, and the whole fleet's kind of following them left. So Really nice sailing from those two, the world champions, looking to get back in medal contention here.
And I think, you know, when you're getting into the zone of you're in like 8th place or 9th place or 7th place, you're really trying to be conservative and just get a decent score to move into the medal race.
So you can see the Argentinians here. They did get a bit of right shift, and that's the leaders that are just crossing them now. So the Argentinians, that's only, 150 meters back of the leaders.
Yep.
So they have done pretty well in their big header.
Yeah, well, they just went for attack, but you know they're in a great spot because they can lead off to the next shift. Like we said, as you get further up, it accelerates the back and forth.
Yeah, there's Finland, Kurtbin Keskinen coming in from the left side. Underneath them, that is, which Swedish is that? That is Sweden 61.
Yeah, they're trying to just get the bow down, get over the
Edith
top of that.
Svensson and Marcus Stackhammer.
Yep, they're trying to get their bow down. It's like literally a drag race for them to see who can stay ahead of the other. And they don't really care about their pointing angle right now because everyone's below them.
Tita and Banti have snuck ahead of both. Actually, just left the screen. So
Yeah.
Tita and Banti went from 14th to 3rd in this beat. 2nd, actually. So it's Italy just left the screen, followed by these two Scandinavian countries, Sweden and Finland.
And you can see what happens when boats are near each other. They start to play off of each other. You know, they need to beat that one boat, you know, whether they have to point high or put the bow down. So now...
That's a third Italian team. So that's not one of the two in the lead. The two in the lead are the two...
Right, this is still the top 10, but that was Ugolini and Jubilee, and that shows you how light it's getting up there. Look at the size of those holes, and look at how big the puffs are. So a lot's going to change at the top of this beat. You can pass 3 or 4 boats, 5 boats, just getting in the puff. And you can see in that top right, you know, I think most boats are on port right now because the whole fleet kind of brought themselves to the left-hand side of the course with that right shift early in the beat. But right now we're going to have the leaders coming up to the top mark. And who do we have here? We are still underneath the fleet right now. But if we look at the tracker, we're about to round in first place. And if we can get a little weather mark action here, we're going to see who's rounding in first. It's really close at the top. Tita and Banti definitely move their way up, but I think that's not who we're... Yes, exactly. So we got to battle the Italians at the top of the course. Tita and Banti just stayed just to the right of that big group. They had their bow free, and they were hammering. So here we go. Tita and Banti around in first, Bissaro, Frascari. So they worked their way into first. Our regatta leaders by over 25, 30 points. Worked their way back from about 14th place. Then Bissaro and Frascari in second. And the Swedes really hung in there. They kind of blew through the leeward side of Kirkby and Keskinen on port tack to really, get back into this race. And Gimson and Burnett also had to pass a lot of boats on that beat to get in touch with the top 5.
Yeah, so those boats, remember we talked about Tita and Banti and Gimson and Burnett being center of course halfway up. So they used that more conservative positioning and were able to eke out a couple of puffs and a couple lifts to their advantage later in the beat and all the way into first and, fifth or something. So pretty big gains from them, showing how in offshore sailing you can't head to the corners right away.
As we go into, as we get to the final leg of this race, and then we start to talk about the last race of the Gold Fleet Series leading up to the medal race, we're gonna start to talk about the people on the bubble. And so right now it's a little hard to tell that in halfway through this race, but everyone, like I said, pedal to the metal. They're trying to eke out every ounce of speed out. There's nothing conservative about right now.
So Tita and Banti, center screen, are champions, and they've been faster than everyone all season. So here's our first chance to watch them go downwind. Let's see, maybe they do a foiling jibe here. Around so far, they sail the, that's a touchdown, but they're still up to speed. So that was pretty much a foiling jibe, but maybe a little bit of splash, but very good sailing from them.
Yep. And you see, like Ben was saying, at least with the tack, but here they rotate around that, that other hull, So
the one hull has to travel much farther than the other, so they make sure that one's foiling for sure.
Exactly.
Sacrifice the inside of the turn if necessary, but in that case, they actually, they may have touched down, but for all intents and purposes, they didn't slow down.
Yeah,
and fantastic jibe. So no surprise to see beautiful boat handling from Tita and Banti.
And again, let's keep our education moving forward and recognize the big angle changes that they have to make, not just to stay up on foil, but also to head for another puff. So it's really back and forth. I mean, when I was out there doing my report and they were coming by me and I was following one boat, it was dramatic. Boats would end up where you don't expect them, and there's some education that has to be involved when you're on a chase boat.
Look how close it is for the lead here. So we did see Tita and Banti's jibe, but what we didn't see so clearly anyways was Bizarro and Frascari's jibe inside them, and they're now rolling over top. So really tight. Our tracker's frozen, unfortunately. And
but talk to us about the Bizarro and Frascari, Tita Banti relationship here. They had to, every regatta leading up to Tokyo, they had to beat each other. And now they still travel to all their regattas together. I was talking to Maël.
You're talking about the relationship between the two top Italian teams.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's a tough spot.
They travel together.
Yeah, the Italians won all the world championships last quad. No, maybe they didn't win 20. Yeah, they won all the world champions. So the Italian national team had to select between two world champion pairs. In the end, they chose Banti.
Yeah, Tita and Banti to go to the games. And, it was heartbreaking for Vittorio and Maël because they just put their all into it. And they're either one of them is gold medal capable. So it's really cool to see them head to head. We're in the middle of a quad, middle. And so they are trying to, they work together. They're happy. I saw Vittorio this morning. He was chatty and laughing. So it's really great to see. Here we have the New Zealanders coming through the screen here, and I'm just trying to get back up on the tracker to see because we must be really far down the track at the moment. But anyway, we still have the two Italians in the lead, and the Swedish, right in there with it. And I don't, Ben, I don't know much about that Swedish team because I've been following Emil. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Dackhammer and Svensson were sailing last quad. They did stop. I want to say they stopped maybe like a year before Tokyo. I don't know the exact reasoning. Maybe
and he was a pro sailor too, right?
Yeah. So they decided to come back together now, and the two Swedish teams that are both in this regatta and doing reasonably well are training together. They've got Jez Vanstone up from New Zealand as their coach, who's out of retirement, so to speak. And we can see their advancements in the Swedish program right now. They're one of the teams or one of the groups that are on the rise. And Dackhammer and Svensson have sailed really well this regatta. I think they're the top Swedish team right now. Yeah. Oh no, they're not. But they're in 12th overall. But having some good races, as we can see here.
I just speaking of Jez Vanstone, he's very quiet human, but I think there's not a major sailing event that he hasn't been involved with a win in the world over the last 20 years.
Just coming into the finish here, this is, I think, third and fourth, the battle for third and fourth. So Svensson and Dackhammer are going to take third here, followed by Kurtby and Keskinen, who are leading for a while, but still coming in with a very nice result in fourth. So good sailing from these teams. Beautiful conditions, isn't it? They can flat water and do
that's awesome.
Lots of tactical racing and also the boat handling. Next, we're going to see probably another 100 meters back are Gimson and Burnett from GBR, the silver medalists from Tokyo.
Yeah, so Finland captures a fourth here, it looks like, after leading the race and being in the top three. I mean, that's a keeper for them.
Just to recap, it was Tita and Banti that ended up winning that duel with Bizarro Frascari.
Gotcha.
I would not have picked them as the winners of this race halfway through. I mean,
not at all.
And it wasn't some magic formula they had. They just were in a really good spot in the beat and tactical sailing. So anyone had the opportunity to do what they did, but they did it better.
Yep, and GBR was kind of following a similar route. And even though Australia, they are, they're kind of not where they were before, but but I think that they're trying a bunch of new things.
You're talking about Waterhouse Darman and they're going to take a few months to get up to speed. I think they've both taken a full year off of at least Nacra 17 sailing before coming out to this regatta. So they'll get back up to speed. The silver medalists from Rio and fourth at the last Olympics.
And the story of this race really is Tita and Banti and Gimson and Burnett just really sailing a really strong race, being so patient, getting the right kind of levered spot in the really puffy conditions. And here are the Argentinians coming across after being in a really great position for a while there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell which Australians those were, and then followed by New Zealand. And is that Koloff Stuhlemer? Or is
that's Koloff and Stuhlemer. And wow, what a tough race.
There's a second German, actually, that might have been...
Right, but they're
farther back? Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
And then Billy Basson and Travascio just finishing now. Just really not much of a passing lane. Same thing. Santiago
Lang
Lange
and Vicky Travascio.
Yep, just like no passing lanes in the middle of the course, it seems like.
That last downwind, yeah, it seemed like there were as many opportunities as some other the legs, but the race was decided in the second beat.
Correct.
I was pretty impressed with Pesaro Frascari. Went around the go right gate, which was actually close to the wind. Quickly tacked on to starboard, led Finland to the far left corner. Sort of won the leading group. They did get pretty levered left and maybe got I don't know if it's greedy or just didn't realize that how much opportunity there could be to be more balanced in the race course. And then we saw Tita and Banty sailing up the middle of the course, take advantage of the shifts and the puffs as they came, and sailed right up through them. Put the two were paired as they went around the downwind. And it seems like Tita and Banty held on for a narrow victory.
So in these shifty conditions, we wrote about this in the 49er, I think it was. So there was there's a top 10 at any one point in the race, and that's pretty solid for a while. And then, like you said, that second beat, everyone, and certainly the top 5 too, everyone got dropped out of the top 5 and one person remained. And that was Kirpi and Keskinen. And then all the other places were swapped. So when those kind of things happen, you look at Kirpi and Keskinen and you say, man, they were just on defense or something just to hang on to that top 5 because everyone else around them went away and a whole new group of people came in. So when you look at these courses when it's shifty, I've seen that happen on a lot of beats where the whole top 5 kind of flips, but one person is left, and that was Kirpi and Keskinen. So they should be pretty proud of themselves, for hanging in there.
It just illustrates what the fun parts of sailing is that you've got to keep your eye on your boat. You got to keep your eye on the people around. You got to keep your eye on the big picture, where you are centered in the race course, what's happening with the weather, and what's not always a sure thing in sailing is which of those critical factors is going to be the one that pays off.
Right.
And that's why we all love the game, because it's complex. See a few Danes here heading out to either check out the racing or go for a cruise today. And just to remind everyone what's happening right now, we have the 3 race courses full. On the 2 race courses we're not following right now, we've got 49er FX Gold and 49er Gold. And all 3 of those fleets, including the Nacra 17, are going to do a second race just about as soon as we can. So probably 5 minutes from now, we'll go into race 2 of the day. Then all 3 of the top fleets will head in. If there's any protests to hear, we'll sort that out. And then the top 10 will be known and secure. And we'll go back out for 3 medal races starting at hopefully 2 p.m. local. For reference, it is 11 a.m. local. So in 3 hours' time from now, you can set your clock to come back and join us again for the medal racing. But we do have one more race for you right now. And that was fun, Chris. I think these are really cool conditions for showing off the Nacra fleet and the Nacra boat, both in terms of all the different things they can do with it and how tight the racing is.
Yeah, I mean, what I've really been loving is just watching how the tactics and strategy, so strategy meaning on the course, where's the most breeze, and then the tactics, where do I set myself up, with the other boats. And we saw that with Tita and Banty and Gimson and Burnett. It was just a really cool thing to watch. The replay on that is going to show us how to play those beats. Don't get too leveraged. Gimson and Burnett on that first beat were way off to the left-hand side of the course, and they just didn't work out for them. And the boats that they got passed by were the boats who were just the middle, and they just got nuzzled up to one side and nuzzled up to the other side. And
what being in the middle gives you is the ability to make sure you're on the lifted tack. Maybe you have to tack back if there's a lefty. Maybe you stay on if you're a righty. But once you're on any side, you're taking whatever the wind gives you, and maybe the shift works your way, or maybe it doesn't.
Is that too geeky to talk about those beats like that?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what sailors like. So we'll get back to the water in just a few minutes as we go for the next race, but just give you a verbal update on what's happening on the other courses if I can. Let's see if the results are in, because they're about 20 minutes ahead for the FX and 10 minutes ahead for the 49ers. So there's a chance we've got some updated results. And in the 49er FX fleet, we don't have updated results yet, but we do in the 49er. And Bart Lambrix with Floris van der Werken have retaken the lead over Diego Button and Florian Trittel Paul. So they're two. That was the world champions from last year, and fourth place at the Olympics from Botten with Yago Maraz's crew at that point. Those two are 15 points up on third place. So sitting pretty, turning into a bit of a duel. I was rewatching this morning the YouTube of the racing we had from them, where the two of them were actually dueling on the water as well. So two of them are doing well. And then in third place, we got James Peters and Finn Sterrett. You can go to 49er.org and click on the Europeans to go grab all the results.
And Ben, a pair that I got really interested in 2020 when we were in Geelong in Melbourne was Bildstein and Hussel. They were just a confident team, a happy team. They were right up there in the top 5 for a lot of the racing around that event. And right now they're right on the bubble. They are the bubble boat for getting into the medal race. So tell me how that team has evolved this season.
Actually, they've been taking a bunch of time off. So disappointing Olympics for them by their standards. Still, obviously, sailed pretty well.
Yeah.
But they didn't sail till May this year. So they're, late getting back into the quad, but they're already 2.5 quads in. So all the skills are still there and they're still fit. And like you say, they're in 10th right now. So they're trying to hold on for one more race to remain in the medal race and maybe score a little bit. They could probably still move up into about 5th in this regatta overall, or slightly higher. They could probably pull all the way to 4th. So there's still lots of always in the 49er. It's close.
Yeah, and there's only one more race for this group, with Rural and Amoros, who had a 2-3-5 the last day of racing.
Just looking back at the Nacra course here, we can see everyone grabbing a chat with their coach, maybe a little splash of water and maybe a snack. It's coming on snack time, I guess. 11 o'clock. The race officers won't wait too long to send them out again. And I'm just looking over now. I believe the 49er FX results have been updated. No, they haven't. So they're still on yesterday's results. So presumably the 49er FX have finished some racing. And those results will be updated just as soon as they can. The wind's meant to die down a little bit today. I don't know for sure if we're seeing it, but it certainly looks a little bit lighter right now than maybe when they went out. Often a little hard to tell, especially looking downwind. But we expect the wind to hold all day, so we do expect medal racing to happen. But then it's actually going to be totally becalmed tomorrow. So goes the forecast. So we've had a wonderful
we're going to
stretch of
use
wind
it all.
here. We've had this offshore strong wind all week, and then a nice light setup for packing up, and lots of people packing their containers. The World Championship will be in Nova Scotia at the end of the summer, so many containers heading across the Atlantic from this regatta over to Canada. For the first time, these classes will have their World Championship in Canada.
Yeah, you're proud. I know you are.
Absolutely. Home country.
Happy Canuck.
Only 6,500 kilometers from my door, so I'm super excited to get out there.
I think we're closer to the venue than your home is
yeah,
here in Denmark.
But we've got 2 races left for every boat that's in contention. Well, actually, all the other fleets are going up for 2 races in between as well. So 2 races left for everyone. Plenty to play for. Tita and Banty, they've got this. I think it's safe to say they've got this championship sewn up.
You're going out on a
going
limb
out
there?
on a limb, but with a 50-point lead. It's in the bag, and that's we didn't see them in the regatta in the race there that much, right?
Nope.
They only emerged later in the second beat.
When we saw them alone on starboard in the middle of the course, they were free, and I think that's when we started to pay attention to them. They were in 14th place at that moment.
Yeah, and we saw them in beautiful control on the downwind, so no surprise there. We're just seeing a few 49er sails coming out, so the reason for that is that's either Silver Fleet or Bronze Fleet heading out to their race course.
So, Ben, the Nacra only has one more race, correct?
Everyone's only, but then the medal race, sorry.
Right, okay, that's why you're saying that. So let's take a look at the results. So we have our results up for I'm just curious about the bubble boats, and because that's a big deal. You come all the way here from your country.
I don't believe these are updated yet.
Okay, they're not updated yet. All right. So no use talking about that right now, but
yeah, we'll get that before the next race is going.
Yep.
And we'll be able to tell you guys all about the scoreboard. But we'll just have to give it a couple more minutes.
I do want to share with everyone that our awesome mates at streamfactory.dk that are giving us these awesome images, aerials on the water from far away. This lens is absolutely amazing. I think if we wanted to zoom in on a cow on the other shore, we can get it. But they're doing a really great job. I do want to let you know that we're going to do our best as the fleets start to come in and we start to focus on the medal race, that we're going to get some sailors and some coaches in here. We have the ability to put a special guest here to watch a race or two with us, and we're going to do our best to get some balance here. One thing that you probably just noticed, or you notice when you look at the screen, it's Ben and I are two guys talking about, three fleets that are completely mixed, all women in FX, all men in 49er, and then split right down the middle in the Nacra 17. So we are going to endeavor to make sure we have some balance in our commentary team as we go forward and have these options. We're just kind of building this team as we go. And we're really excited to get some new perspectives and different perspectives in on the racing, because it's, Ben and I only know what we know. So looking at the race course right now, Ben is right. The holes are bigger. The puffs are about the same. So I'm really curious to see how these, you don't see it with the 49er and FX, these transitions. You might see the crew go in and out. To know when there's a puff and lull. It's really hard to see when they're changing the shape of their main, if they're easing the Cunningham a lot, or, powering up that sail, or even flattening it out when a puff hits. But in the Nacra, it's, right away when a puff hits, the boat heels up, and then when the puff is even stronger, the boat flattens out and the whole boat raises up. So it's for the observer here, and I want everyone to pay attention to notice these things. When the boats are going in and out of these different modes, we had that beautiful vantage point of Gimson and Burnett on the port-tack ley line on the left side of the course. Even though it didn't work out for them, we showed them going in this kind of high mode with the weather hull way up out of the water. They have to keep those, if they're going to go into that mode, upwind or downwind, they have to keep those foils out of the water. When those foils go in and out of the water, the angle of them isn't quite set the way they want them to be, and that could be a lot of drag on the boat, or even just throw the balance of the boat right off. So when you're deciding upwind or downwind to fly your weather hull and go into that mode, it's a big deal, and they have to set the boat up for that. Once they decide to go for planing or a foiling upwind or downwind, they flatten out the boat. They have to adjust all four appendages to the setting that they want. A lot of times it's a preset setting, a number that they have to remember, or they have written down on the hull in a grease pencil. So it's really fantastic to watch. That's one thing we really like about the Nacra, is that you can actually see changes in the boat and its orientation when the puffs come in. What do you know, Ben? Are you talking to some people?
Yeah, just planning our camera strategy for the for the races here. We got a bit of an inexperienced team here. You might have, but our drone pilot
inexperienced with this
sailing,
event, yeah.
With sailing, yeah. So we actually, I thought those drone images where they got kind of up close on the downwind were pretty sweet. So
yeah, let's get closer.
Can we get some of that?
Get right up next to them.
And we're going to try and keep our sideline camera a little farther down the course so we can pick up the leaders near the bottom of the course. So just a little strategizing for the next race, and hopefully by the end of the week we'll have it nailed. Short-handed team here, so real tough to do this live production with few bodies, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of interruption in the signals at times. But that's just the way it goes. Got to do this on a budget.
I was talking to Finn about that. One of the reasons why we were so excited to keep that race going yesterday is that the imagery is showing the top athletes in the world push to their limits, and seeing how they respond to that. So we want to see more and more of that. Any of this footage is great, because these athletes are the best in the world. We want to see how they handle themselves. And we know when you have like those two Italian teams duking it out at the top of the course, you're watching the best sailors in the world. So it's important to pay attention, and our images bring them to us. So the closer we can get to that team, the happier we're going to be. So let's keep moving forward.
Yeah, I think we can see some flags on that committee boat. I mean, if we had to bet, are those important flags that are up there? Certainly all the sailboats have headed towards the start line recently. So
yeah, I will say there are flags on the committee boat.
Yeah, I know. It's not the best communication there, but we're doing what we can.
Yep.
I think we're in sequence. I was really lucky to get the 5-minute gun last time, but I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be that lucky again this time.
The conditions don't seem to have changed a ton. You can see a puff moving down the course there with that dark water. Again, as we go out through the day, it's 11 o'clock here, 10 after 11, and it is supposed to lighten a little bit, but like Ben said, they're still should be breeze going through the medal race. And right now, we may see a little bit of a different start. Everyone tried to get up on the foils as soon as they could for as long as they could, but it's always windier down there than we think.
I was really impressed. We saw that start, and I wasn't impressed with Koloff and Stuhlhemmer's timing for the line. They were, in my view, very late. I thought even they'd tacked over onto port and were doing something different because they got it so wrong. But man, did they get up on the foils quickly for that upwind, and just like that sort of 6 inches above the water, seemingly in very good control, foiling mode. And we didn't really see them that much after that point in the regatta. I don't think heading to the left corner helped in that beat, but I was very impressed with how quickly they got up to that foiling mode, and maybe we'll see that again. The two of them were like the keenest foilers last quad, and especially on the upwind. Like everyone obviously was foiling downwind last quad, So that was kind of neat to see. I'm hoping we can pick up some more of that as we get into the start here, but probably about, 2 minutes to go to the start?
And remember we were talking about Billy Basson and his crew flying really high and working on weather heel, to geek out on that for a second. The higher you go, the less drag you have with your appendages, but the more leeway you make.
Yeah, it was a really different mode than what we saw out of Koloff and Stuhlhemmer.
Absolutely.
Koloff and Stuhlhemmer were
perfectly flat.
So Koloff and Stuhlhemmer had both boards pretty deep, and the way the boards work is they go vertically for about 60 centimeters, maybe less, 50 centimeters, and then they bend at a 45 degree. So I think they're trying to use them as sort of center boards with lift, and they can adjust the angle of attack. Whereas Besson was much higher and heeled to windward, so he's maybe using more of the knuckle as the lateral resistance, much less forgiving mode, but potentially a lot less foil in the water. So
yeah,
could
less drag and faster.
So that's one of the things we'll see develop over the next, I don't know how long, all quadrennial, as the teams develop different foiling modes and maybe different methods and different wind conditions, or maybe one technique wins out. But they're in very early days for discovering that. Only 4 months since they got these parts that have really allowed them to. They could foil upwind before that, but a lot of things had to go right, and therefore it was risky to commit to it in racing conditions, whereas now they know they can do it when they need to or want to, so they're all working on it all the time.
One thing I do know is when we look at those differences in terms of how people are approaching the foiling upwind and downwind, it's not by accident. So, whatever configuration that they're in, they're doing it on purpose, they're trying it out, they have reasons for it, and they're setting up all their settings to make whatever that is work the best for them for that moment on the race course.
So I'm completely blind on time, but I'm going to guess we're not too far off, maybe sort of like a minute-ish. They're all bunched up at the boat end. Did you see a flag go? Did you see both flags up there? I can't.
I think I see the checker flag still up.
Okay, so let's keep an eye and see if the checker flag, we can spot it going down. That would be a minute. But yeah, so the teams here are setting up seemingly higher than before, right? So maybe we're
definitely
in the right phase.
The majority of the fleet is at the top, and sometimes in really shifty conditions, look at that on the tracker. Everyone is up there, but in really shifty conditions, sometimes it's about the next shift, not about the first shift. So I'm really curious to see how this beat comes out, especially when so many boats, the majority, 2/3 of the fleet is committed. So we have the Dutch and the Turkish down here.
This is looking like an acceleration. I mean, they're really close to the line now, so I wonder, someone's over early. So I think
a bunch of boats are over early.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, the Turkish are over the line and not up to speed yet. So,
and now everyone's.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the race officer thinks they can start that, but not that we knew the timing.
Exactly, but still.
I'd say the Dutch were behind the line and maybe everyone else was over.
Yeah, exactly.
Lots of people going back as well, so it'll either be a general or.
Everyone didn't look like they were too excited
to also been
get accelerating.
And the guys farther down didn't know, and everyone else just decided to rocket off.
Gotcha. Well, let's keep watching this race course for a second. Right now we have leeward hulls in the water for the Dutch and the Turkish, and the
just
Dutch
up and foiling
now getting
Dutch.
up on the
so
foil.
They did that little maneuver to get up on the foil, and I think we'll probably see them crank on more power. I bet you they're looking over their shoulders to see.
Yeah, I know we're supposed to know what's going on here, but
no, I bet you it's a postponement. So what we saw there was the race officer noticed that all the boats were lined up to obviously it wasn't a square start, so it puts up the postponement flag before the start happens, and the teams around there just go off for a sail.
But this is an awesome opportunity to check yourself if someone decides to keep going. The Turkish, they're pumped. We talked to them yesterday. They just need time on the water.
Yeah, sure. Straight out of the 470 and the fin from the last quad. So awesome sailors. Just got a lot to figure out in a Nacra 17. Getting taught by one of the best in Tara Pacheco, the Spanish helmswoman from the last games. And, they're fit and young and healthy, and those Turks will be up to speed in no time. But they do have to chase teams with a couple quads of experience here, so it won't be instant. So I think we're just going to reset here. I don't know if they'll adjust the course at all, or if they're just hope for a better wind shift for that start. But let's go back into a holding sequence. I'll just check the score, see if we have anything from either of the fleets in terms of new scoring.
Yeah, and I know for sailors, when that happens, when you have a general recall, it's not too disturbing. It happens to everyone.
I think, especially with the way we saw them lining up. I mean, they all would have been thinking, like, when's he going to call it?
Exactly.
Big deal.
They didn't seem too motivated to go off the line.
But I can update everyone with a little bit of an update from the 49er FX course. So, as I mentioned, we got the 49er Gold and 49er FX Gold on other courses right now. Martin Graelenkaina Kunz, the double Olympic champions, won the only race so far of the day, and have taken the overall lead by 9 points, because Vilma Bobek and Rebecca Netzler from Sweden got a 10th, and none of the drops factor into any of that. So Martin Graelenkaina Kunz are dropping a 10th still. My goodness. So they're looking like they're going to win another European championship, yet another championship potentially for Graelen Kunz. Got 2 more races to go, 1 more Gold Fleet race and 1 more medal race, but Graelen Kunz up on the top of the leaderboard. Down in third place, Van Aanholt and Deutsch from the Netherlands, who have scored a 9th in that race and have 62. And then it's a big drop-off out of the podium down to Roble and Shea from the USA and Germani Bertuzzi from Italy.
I have to tell you, when I saw Odile and Annette sailing out on a reach today in 15 to 18 knot puff, and I filmed them as they went by, and Odile raised her hand, gave a little shout, "You!" She was psyched.
Always with an awesome attitude.
Yeah. There's something to be said for that.
Maybe it's easy to be happy all the time when you sail so well, but
I know,
she's got a big smile on her
one
face
way or
all
the other.
time. Yeah, so that's awesome to see. So that was the 49er FX course. So again, for those of you at home, go to 49er.org or nacra17.org, click on the Euros link, and you can grab all the scores from there. The 49er race we already updated you on, so let's see if we've got the Nacra scores updated. We do. So increasing their lead by another 10 points was Tita and Banty. And still in second are Wilkinson and Dawson, but their lead for second place has shrunk. Koloff and Stuhlemmer up into third overall. So, 68 points for the Kiwis, 70 points for Koloff and Stuhlemmer, and then 75 points for Ugolini and Jubilee, who... Didn't we catch them in... Oh, it was Bizarro and Frascari. Sorry. So Bizarro and Frascari had the second. So they're down in 6th, moved up into 6th. Ugolini and Jubilee were dropping that race they just had, the 12th, and sitting 4th.
That's an important note that... That's an important note that Kohlhoff and Stuhlemmer and Ugolini and Jubilee both sailed their throwouts in that race. So when you look at the boats behind them, Kurtby and Keskinen from Finland and Basar and Frascari, who respectively got a 4 and a 2. Those boats are on the rise. Like we said, their star was on the rise in the last 2 days. So if the trend keeps going, look for them to just get even closer to striking distance of Kohlhoff and Stuhlemmer, who are currently in third.
Yeah, we've got an 18-point gap between 2nd and 7th. So that's the teams involved in that are New Zealand, Germany, Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy, Finland, Pizarro and Frascari from Italy, and then Gimson and Burnett. They're all obviously chasing Tita and Banty. But 18 points for those 6 teams.
Plus a medal race.
Yeah, so 2 of them can make the podium because there's 3 podium spots. One will obviously be taken by Tita and Banty, and we've got 2 races here to do it. So there's plenty of points left on offer. And
one of them's a double points race.
And yeah, one of them's a double points race. Everyone's dropping a double digit for sure. So anyone, there's still 6 or 7 teams that can win a podium spot.
And then just looking down at 9th and 10th place, it looks like there's a 15-point gap between 10th and 11th. So even though the third place for Svensson and Dackhammer was really awesome, they have a steep hill to climb to get into that medal race.
So 10th place right now is, let's finish off the top 10. How about that? So after Gimson and Burnett, who are in 7th, then we've got Emil Giroud and Hannah Johnson from Sweden in 8th, pretty comfortably in 8th. They could move up a little bit. Then we got Waterhouse and Darmanin, 9th place overall. They're on 109 points, and just behind them are Leila Vandermeer with Bjarne Bauer from the Netherlands with 110. So just 1 point behind the Australian pair. Quite a big gap, so 15 points separating 10th and 15th, who is 10th and 11th, who is Svensson and Dackhammer, 15-point gap. Tough to make up 15 points in one race, but possible.
Yep.
But let me just check the drops here. So both of them, the drop from the 10th place team is the 16th. So actually, to make the medal race, Svensson and Dackhammer have to win and have the Dutch out of worse than 16th place. Not impossible.
Yeah.
But probably our top 10 is set. Anyways, we can look up. We got lots to look at for that fight for second and third.
Yeah, well, for the observer, for the fan, I think you couldn't ask for a better day than this because it's not just a boat speed race. And that's what's so cool to see that. And we've been talking a lot about the different modes that the Nacra has been opening up this season. So, it's really tough for the competitors, but I love to see the athlete's mind grinding away on these race courses, trying to figure out their modes, trying to figure out their tactics and strategy. I mean, you can't have a better day today.
And just to
this fleet.
Nitpick or maybe delve into what that means. People talk about modes, but what does that mean? If you remember on that first beat, we saw Gimson and Burnett, the farthest left boat, in what seemed like decent pressure, but sailing a high mode. Mm-hmm. And in the end, they got stuck out. Now, if they had made another choice, if they'd chosen to foil and go fast, they might have gotten across the fleet, by percentage more, or maybe all the way across the fleet, and because they ended up rounding about 10th. So they lost a lot of boats by missing out on the last shift. And they had a choice. They could have gone a faster mode. They could have gone a couple degrees down and a couple knots faster and closed that gap to the competitors. They chose not to, and it's hard to sharpshoot silver medalists. But that's an example of how being able to choose different modes that can all work, gives you more things to think about in the game, and sailors can geek out about.
And all boats have that. Just when you have a faster boat that works at a broader range of angles, then those modes become more obvious, and more useful.
Yeah.
Because you can cover more ground in a shorter period of time. Say, I want to get over there.
Yeah, it's one thing in like a keelboat, you drop a degree or two and you go a tenth of a knot faster. And over a period of few minutes, that can make a difference.
Yeah, over a long course.
But, in this case, probably the difference between foiling and non-foiling is 4 knots. And the angle change, I guess would vary a little bit. But you've got a few degrees just because you're going faster, close to the wind, and then maybe a little more risk with your, you're not holding as tight a groove because you're slipping a little bit. So that's the type of thing we're talking about. Let's see if we can spot some more different options like that in this race. Look like we're in sequence again and ready to start the final fleet race of this regatta. Again, gold fleet race or medal races will be at 2 p.m. local time, which is 2.5 hours from now. But this is the final race of the series. And let's see how we go. We must be in the countdown. What are we looking at?
No, I think we're doing. I think we have
they
boats,
could be getting their line
boats
sights
with their coach boats, and so we've got a little bit of time. I do want to.
So?
I have a question that I wanted to ask you about with this group. Is there anyone that surprises you, who are kind of pretty much locked into the top 10 here, all the way down through 7th and 8th place, 8th, 9th place?
Well, Wilkinson and Dawson. I mean, not that it's a surprise that they could sail well, but they never, I don't think, achieved this level within the fleet at all last quad. Mm-hmm. So they were younger, and I think all the New Zealand teams switched partners about halfway through last quad.
Yep.
So they were a relatively inexperienced partnership when they got the spot for Tokyo. But then they've kind of been by themselves most of the season. They have been in Europe since everyone got the foils, but they did all the training since Tokyo down under, sort of isolated. Mm-hmm. And their countrymen, Dunningbeck and Oscar Gunn, in the 49er, didn't think that was an advantage. They felt like they were off the pace when they hadn't done in the 49er, that when they hadn't done anything sort of with the fleet in a year and a half. Whereas here we go with Wilkinson and Dawson. they're coming out, and this is probably their best championship ever, at least so far. They're in second place right now, and awesome attitudes on those two. Both mad keen on sailing and foiling and getting on the Olympic pathway or the medal pathway, and they're a new team in the hunt.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to take another angle here too. The only two sailors I see in here that have done some GP sailing in the top 10 are Jason Waterhouse and Erica Dawson. If I'm correct at looking at this, so I'm looking at different experiences, why some of these sailors are really doing well, and then Michael Wilkinson is the champion of the foiling generation, Red Bull foiling generation, a couple of years ago in the Flying Phantom.
Yeah, we've got to be in sequence. These boats are behaving like they're ready to race. I mean, I don't think we're at the end of the sequence, but let's see if we can zoom in a little bit here and try and get an assessment of how far we are from the start.
Yeah, from the pin vantage point.
This could be inside a minute. Obviously, we have no visibility on the flags really with any certainty from here, unless someone's got better eyes than I do. That might have been a flag going down. I think I might have seen a flag going down. So
we could be in a minute then.
It could have been go, but I don't think it was.
No, it's not. It's not go. They're not sailing hard right now. Here we go. Yeah, so we've still got a little bit of time. That looks like that's outside of a minute.
But by the setup, it could easily be. They started pretty deep last time.
Well, true. They were all over, so maybe they're setting
looking up at the sky here. So we went from clear skies to cloud cover. So maybe we'll see a little more wind. Look at those flags. They're flying pretty good.
Definitely windier, a little bit more consistent.
Let's see. They could be starting in about 30 seconds, or maybe it's a minute 30. Let's see if we can see anyone sheeting in. I think they're on the final approach here, though. They're
definitely on the final approach. Here we go. Awesome shot here. You see that big line sag. A lot of boats were over early. They kind of had to reset everything. And we have this
is a frozen screen. Here we go. There's the acceleration. We see the Dutch closest to the pin bearing off. Let's see if they can be foiling at the gun.
Yep, and there it is.
Pretty tight on the windward end of the line. I wouldn't be surprised to see if a couple teams were over. But
these clouds are definitely bringing in more breeze than there was before this.
We're only 5 seconds after the start, and the Dutch are already foiling. So they obviously decided to win the pin and let her rip. And look how much they gain on the Greek just by being up and foiling.
And it's just about having your bow free. You need some freedom to get up on the foil. You need to be able to head down a little bit, get the boat up to speed, and then you're off and running.
Yeah, so these two came out with a strategy. They're executing on it. Let's see how that pans out through the race. I'm just trying to figure out who might have been over early. We've got a few dead trackers, unfortunately, so it's a bit confusing. But if anyone was over, I'm going to guess it could have been the Danes. But we'll come back and find that out some other time. Oh boy, they're going through some wash here, so a little tough break for our leaders.
Yeah, the wash, in foiling, there's a lot of air in the water, so you don't get nearly as much support as you would have. It seems kind of crazy, but it's true.
Yeah, so
all those air bubbles make a big difference. Here they are now. They're on some different waves that are going upwind, and that makes it even harder. So
who else has done well here? T10 Banty have gotten off the line well. The New Zealanders have gotten off the line well. Kirkby and Keskinen have gotten off the line well. Same with Emil Jarud and Hannah Johnson from Sweden. So we get all through the screen here. We've got some teams doing well. You got to Gimson and Burnett center of screen, who are a little deep in their hole, so they've got a bit of work to do to get up to the front row, and that's Eric Wilkinson and Dawson behind them.
But we see the two Italian teams up top heading right. Again, their strategy has been kind of the middle right end of the starting line,
yep.
And they've just been able to make that big hole below them to get up foiling sooner. So
I think that's the boat right behind the Australian there, just out of screen. That was T10 Banty having a great front row start. So, the second one is, which Italians is it? Gonna have to get these guys
great
some better
footage here.
stickers.
This shows you how the Dutch have been able to punch out, but look up top. So with a little bit of hole below them, the two Italian teams have been able to really, look at the difference there. They're already ahead of everyone to lure to them, and that's just pure speed coming off the line.
I think that's T10 Banty who are in the lead, and I think we've dropped a tracker, so I can't tell which the other Italians are, but that's Wilkinson and Dawson holding off one of the Italians and sailing nicely here. Almost all of the sort of main contenders have started on starboard and gone left. We've got Bissaro Frascari, who had to tack early on the beat, and they've headed back way right. And then in the really far right, I think it's only Australia 5 there, Waterhouse and Darman, and the Germans having a shocking start. So Koloff and Stuhlheimer going way away from where everyone wants to, and seemingly slowly. So tough break from them.
The Greeks going really well here. I saw them. They were at one of the first in the boat park this morning, working on their boat, working on their tuning, happy, stretching. I don't know where that puts them right now, but they're not in a bad spot. They're in a great spot to leverage their position on the course, and they're flying really steady. Ben was right. These clouds brought in some really nice breeze. It's blowing around 12 to 15.
I just saw these guys get a header too. So not only are they leading to the to the left side, I think they got a header to come back on. Let's see if they flip over. And that's the Dutch. So that boat's the boat that we saw come off the start line.
Yeah, they're a little hung up there right now.
Well, they're I mean, the Italians are going to come down over top of them. So the Italians have had a sort of level that they haven't been able to achieve. The Dutch are actually sailing high right now. So they're trying not to reach past the ley line, hoping to sort of sail a slower advancement to the left.
If you look at these angles right now, they're the widest we've seen in this fleet. So that must be that the majority of the fleet, it's probably right on the edge of upwind foiling. The majority of the fleet wants to do it.
Here we go. We're going to see attack here, I think, from the Greeks. Let's see if we can see how that goes. Just trying to get settled in, and I think they'll go for attack. They're by far the farthest left boat. Big puff, though. This is some good wind. Just going for that tack.
Yeah, almost like an auto tack for them. Let's see how it works out. Going up the beat here. Let's look back at the tracker. The Italians are
so that's,
on
I
every
think,
measure launched.
Center left of screen. I think that's the Italian flag you can see just leaving picture. So really doing well. Tita and Banti are just kicking, having a great race, at least so far. Well ahead of the rest of the fleet. Looks like they're going to pull a 100-meter lead off this line. There's where they are right now, it's hard to know who might even challenge them. Waters and Darman, I guess, and the Koloff and Stuhlheimer far right could perhaps get something. But it looks to me like the Italians are on their way to yet another victory.
Yeah, well, like we wrote about 2 days ago, let's look at who's next.
yeah, exactly. So Sweden 14 there. That's Giroud and Johnson, I believe. We didn't see them feature much in the last race, but they're in second place here on the same line as the Italians, probably far enough back that they're in clear wind and water. And then we have the Dutch. So the team we saw coming off the start line, Vandermeer and Svensson and Dackhammer are having a... Oh, no. Where did we go here?
The Kiwis didn't really feature in that last race, but here they are near the Portac ley line. This is the group that we're seeing here. We're just trying to get a little closer perspective. And let's see where we are.
It's a little bit muddled. So we're seeing a lot of 49er sailors from Silver Fleet or Bronze Fleet coming out. Mm-hmm. So let's try not to get that distracting us as we look for the white-sailed boats, the boats with white sails heading upwind. That's our fleet. That
Dutch team that was in that kind of high mode with the heeling, with the weather hull out of the water. Even though the tracker right now is showing them in a header, them and Sweden are picking the right track. It shows that Tita and Banti didn't just, wow, look at that. It shows you how gusty it is up there with the Italians. Again, when you're foiling and a big gust hits, the apparent wind goes way back and it's asking a lot of the boat, and the boat wants to just jump out of the water. But looking at this, it looks like there's good breeze coming in on the left-hand side.
Yeah, this is the Greek team that we followed into this tack. They're maybe 20th overall now, so a team... drone pilots getting confused by who's in what fleet.
Yep, so looking upwind, we still have the Dutch and the Swedish in a really great spot. It just shows you that it's not all foiling all the time. The Dutch sailed probably a good couple minutes with the boat heeled up, and now those teams are just going in and out of those modes. You can see the Finnish team on starboard, which, where are they on the race course? I'm just trying to find that right now. But as we go up the course here, we're coming really close to the weather mark. Really launched our Tita and Banti. They were, as usual, really relaxed this morning, really focused. When the racing was called yesterday, they went right to taking the rig tension off their boat and getting into relax mode. But now there's no relaxing here. They are in first place. They're about to round the weather mark, and right now here they are.
Screen there, yeah.
Yep,
So,
it's just a little confusion with the Niner fleet coming in.
yeah, so that's Gold Fleet on their way in, other boats on their way out. Lots of action here.
Look at that lead, up on the foil, all the way around.
Yeah, they held the foiling all the way through that reach. It's very tight reach like today, which is fine.
And Jared and Johnson, it's good to see them back up in the fleet. You know, Johnson was actually a training partner for 2 Olympics ago. When he was like 16, 17 years old. So I talked to one of their coaches about that. He's a pretty small dude, but they're doing so well. It's nice to see them up there. They have a good attitude.
Yeah, and so what do we have there? And then that's
Vandermeer and Bauer were able to solidify their strength on that, coming in on the Portac ley line, or at least on the left side of the course. And so that's a great result for them right now as well.
Argentina,
the Argentinians.
that's Santiago Lang with Travasco. I think that's 29, isn't it?
No, it's the other ones.
Oh, okay,
it's the other team. Sorry.
Lattajani and Bosco.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the USA teams.
And followed by, Sarah Newberry and Liedenberg. Dave, they're looking really good up here. The Americans do really well when the breeze gets really moderate. And they say they need a lot of practice in the big breeze. So it's nice to see them working to their strengths right now. And now we got New Zealand mixing it in there with Billy and Julien from France. Seeing them up there for the first time in the last couple races.
There's Gimson and Burnett. So, we saw they didn't have the best start. They probably went to the right side of the course, but weren't able to pass too many on that beat, rounding mid-pack. And here we are with about 5th and 6th place. So.
Yeah, let's see if the Argentinians can hold their place around the course this race or even improve. The last race they were up in this position, or at least really close to it. Sailing really well. They're probably, Santi Langa is probably their mentor. And
actually, Mateo was Santi's coach through to Rio, so they're really close
interesting.
relationship.
Cool.
And these two have moved to, I believe it's Barcelona for this quad, working and obviously trying to stay in touch with the European fleet. So they're really motivated to make the games this time and beat out Santiago and Vicky, who are a new pair. This is Tita and Banti. So here we get to ride along with the
look at how
with
stable that
well,
is. They're not goat, but they're pretty awesome right now. I was watching them sailing out today too, and you're looking at the same thing I was seeing. Super stable pitch control. Pitch is bow
forward,
down or bow up. Yep. Yeah. And just that is the best Nacra 17. Probably some of the best foilers in the entire world right now.
That's also some of the most stable Nacra 17 sailing probably ever captured on camera, really. I mean,
correct.
You can see Katarina.
She's not
creeping
moving
forward and backward. You can see her just emphasizing maybe one leg or the other, occasionally moving her legs.
Last year they would move a third of the length of the boat, 10 feet. To control pitch stability. Katarina is the ride height control. In a Moth, you have a little wand with a mechanical thing. In America's Cup boats, you have even more control. But Katarina is fully in charge of the ride height, and look at that. I mean, she's in a flow state right now.
These two know their mode. Like they both know exactly what they're trying to do. When any variable hits the boat and their boat bobbles less than anyone else's, think how much energy that saves. Not having to move. These boats are 160 kilos plus the people on them.
And they're extending on Sweden. I mean, this is time well spent with the camera. Just us, paying attention to this as we compare other teams and their progression and compare it right against that. Back up at the weather mark, we have Austria and Turkey. Turkey's been, Turkey rounded the weather mark yesterday in big breeze in 10th place and held it most of the way down the run before the race was canceled. So they're making really big strides with Tara Pacheco, the Spanish Nacra 17 sailor, who's now their coach.
Yes, let's see. They've got their spinnaker set. Let's see that if they can.
Let's compare these styles.
Yeah, so here we've got a team sort of brand new to the Nacra 17, but with a ton of sailing experience, and you can see how gingerly they're getting up and foiling. Even half trapezing, right? So that, they're not comfortable. They are not in a mode where they know exactly what's going on. They're both figuring it out as they go, which is of course totally natural. Looks to me like they're more bowed down than the Italians were. The Italians look to me to be pretty level, so you can adjust that.
And you see they just rounded the weather mark. Tita and Banti are rounding the leeward mark right now. So that just shows you the gap right now in this fleet. Let's not forget, we talk about foiling upwind, but having your your rake of your rudder being controllable, that makes the boat downwind even more stable. So they're getting more speed out of the boats downwind too. And it shows you it's almost a leg difference right now between the front of the pack and the back of the pack. That'll close up as we move on in this quad towards Marseille in 2024. But these are beautiful shots. It's flat water. The breeze is perfect.
Giroud and Johnson were second round that leeward mark, and now this is the second Australian team, I believe, right? So this is Gargett and Hoffman. Can't work out the sail number, so it's hard to know. But that is definitely Australian. You can tell they have that green sponsor sticker at the bottom of the panel. And I can't tell which one. And
the Dutch are holding on to third place, followed by the the Argentinians. And Jared and Johnson yesterday, they were in the highlights reel, those images that Peter got of them crashing, and of Emil just gritting his teeth as he flew down to the leeward, to the bottom of the boat, an 8-foot drop.
These stars do their own stunts.
They do their own stunts. That was not a stunt double for Emil.
Eat your heart out. Here comes Gimson and Burnett. Also, nice control from them around the leeward mark. That was good flow and momentum. I guess we shouldn't be surprised. They have good boat handling. I think that was a Swedish flag coming around. Yeah. So that would be
Svensson and Dackhammer. Yep.
Tight racing there's Kurt and Keskinen. So these are boats that are all still have something to play for. New Zealand also. So these are all boats fighting for podium positions. Mm-hmm. Every place is going to matter up this second beat. Let's see if we can follow along a little bit with who's doing well and who might be missing a spot. Who was deep was the Germans. Let's see if they're still struggling. Yeah, Germany's on our tracker down in 24th position. Mm-hmm. And I'll just check their drop quickly. Their drop is a 13th in the previous race. So actually, they might sell both their drops today. Well, they only got one drop, but
really proud of the Americans. Is hanging in there in the top 5. They have a great run. Like I said, the Americans do really well in these kind of moderate conditions. They know what to do with it, so they're really well practiced. You can see them up there with the Argentinians on starboard tack, and then we have Italy 429.
This is Poro and Delusian. So the fourth ranked Italian boat having a mid-pack race here. So the Italians are so stacked. They've got 3 more teams at home coming to Junior Worlds. It's
unbelievable.
It's really taken hold in Italy. Ruggero Tita had a premiere of his film last week.
Yep, at the Foiling Film Festival.
At the Foiling Film Festival, and about 3 weeks before that, he released his book.
Yep.
So Tita and Banti are
Vittorio had
property.
A film there. Vittorio has a book out. The Italians are really proud of their sailors. They're sponsored by a wool, like a fashion wool company.
Very stylish, often in their presentation. Of
super
how they put
stylish,
together. So,
of course.
But here's Poro and
Dezulian.
Yep. So they're not fully they're in the skimming mode. Mm-hmm. Maybe something they're more comfortable with, just edging into foiling now. So you can see the transition was, it's not too unbearable. So,
and you see that was really smart. They, before they commit to it and just put the bow way down, they're saying, is this breeze strong enough? Like anyone on small board sports foiling, like wind foiling or wing foiling, they are, if the smart people wait for it to be real and then they go for it.
So if I'm trying to guess what they're thinking, like they were probably trying to hold their line for a while, then they fell into the maybe the wind wash of the boats ahead. You can see they've got 2 boats ahead, and they thought, nuts to this. We'll bear off a little bit. We'll go get our own fresh wind.
Yep.
In a lot of boats, you'd be trapped there, sailing in dirty air the whole way. Mm-hmm. But the Nacra 17 does allow you this other mode where you can go out and get fresh air without losing too much down below. And a lot of teams have been enjoying that. I mean, you can almost see that they're going faster, right? Like,
absolutely.
It's, visibly changing speeds upwind and sailing is not a typical thing.
Yeah.
But they're, we saw it. We were riding along with them for a good minute there, and now they're going, looks like 4 or 5 knots faster.
A couple knots faster, yeah.
Yeah.
And then looking up at the race course, just to go back to our leaders, they're in a perfect situation. They're just sailing a very clean course, covering the fleet. They're not going off and just doing their own thing because they're super fast. And so they're just sailing relatively conservatively right now on the track.
Yeah, the
covering
fleet's
the fleet.
making it easy for them. Hey, everyone's
absolutely
following the left corner. It does look windy there. So
we just have Denmark way off on the right. We haven't talked about Denmark too much. The Salma Pedersen and Borskov, and but they have some leverage. So if anything comes down on that right hand side, and they put their bow down to get up on the foils, there's a lot of track to cover, but who knows?
Yeah. Local knowledge, maybe.
Knowledge.
They would have sailed here more than anyone
Somewhere
else.
Somewhere in Denmark.
If they're not scared to go right, I guess no one else needs to be either. But
let's keep our eye on them. It'd be fun to watch that happen. There's still plenty of boats behind them. They're in 15th place, and let's see what happens. But
a little less windy now, right? So this
Yep.
is I think there's boats with 2 hulls in the water,
Yeah.
upwind there.
Yeah, and we talk about the delta when it gets into this breeze. The difference in boat speed between when you're either just up on one hull and not down on 2 hulls. I mean, it's like 5 or 6 knots, or at least.
Oh, at least.
Sometimes
yes.
you can 2-to-1 someone.
Yeah, I mean, 12 knots is like a good close hauled with your hull in the water in the skimming mode, and then 17 is a good close hauled in the foiling mode. But if you're in a bad close hauled, like that's way lower than 12. So there could be big variability. I mean, Tita and Banty are actually going very slowly in the position they're in. So probably the lightest point of sail today. There's a good example. The Argentinian boat, you can see the crews up forward, weight in. So definitely not a foiling condition anymore. I mean, they're trying to get the windward hull out. So big light spot across the fleet here, and I don't know, almost no one has leverage on the Italian, so it's tough to see how they're going to lose this.
I'm kind of looking at this kind of the middle group from 10th through 18th or something like that. Right now, Billy and Julien from France are just they're in a little bit of a header, but Denmark seems to be lifted a little bit. I'm not gonna put it on the line yet, but it's interesting to see when you get to the top of this course, you see some boats low riding, that you're really, the changes can happen very quickly up here.
Yeah, so this is what you're looking at. You're looking at when we first spotted the Danish way off to the right, they were in 15th by the tracker, and now they look like they're moving better than the Italians look like they're hardly moving. Whereas the Danes have, the tracker showing them 7th now. They've got a lift and maybe even a bit of pressure. So.
These are the best boats and the best sailors in the world, really, and they're Olympians, a lot of them. And I just hate to think that they would go in a pack somewhere just because everyone else is going there. They must be seeing something. But Denmark obviously had to get their air free, and but one thing we do know is tightly packed groups of boats, the wind goes up and over them, and that really happens, when you go around a mark and you jibe set and you're underneath everyone. So
I mean, I don't know if that's a tracker, but the Swedish look like they're hardly moving. The Italians have started moving again. So Tita and Banty up in the front of the fleet, they're moving.
And we've got some traffic here with some cruisers.
Yeah, busy spot here.
Somewhere in Denmark. It's a sunny day. It's Sunday. Everybody's out.
Chris is joking, somewhere in Denmark, because we've hardly seen over 20 degrees. But dogs having a look. Everyone's having a look. Well, why not?
So, staying with the tracker here, that is a beautiful classic boat. Let's keep looking. The Swedish team, though, as I think everything's working well on the tracker. It's Argentina who we're getting a little stuck with on the tracker here. But if you look at this, as we get to the top, like we've seen with the passing lane with Tita and Banty and Gimson and Burnett in the last race in the second beat, that some leverage in the middle, of course, is good. But this fleet, Ben, is really spread out.
Yeah, now they are. This drop off in wind speed has really transformed this race.
You kind of can't move across the course anymore, so you're stuck with what you have.
The Danes, we were obviously tracking them when they were on a lift. They've gone right again because they got headed, and now we can see Sweden moving again and lifted, and the Italians have obviously made it around the mark. So our Danish hero move may not yet work out, but it still could. It's still good if they're attacking now. So if that's on a header and a puff, they could rocket across.
Yeah, and these puffs are. I'm looking out the window right now. These puffs are really condensed. So even if you get one, it's not going to last very long. So I don't know how this is going to work out. Obviously we're just looking at the tracker, but
everyone's moving again. Well, except for actually the middle of the pack, the back in the 20s there, they're hardly moving.
Yeah, and
the front of the fleet's moving again. They're going to get around.
Yeah, we've got some foiling upwind going on here.
Wow, look at that.
Sweden got into that puff. They're doing really great. We're going to watch them tack in a second here.
So they've gone from hardly moving to fully foiling in just a couple knots wind change.
Yeah, it's great.
It's really responsive to the wind.
It's tough. It's tough for the fleet though, because it causes really big gaps. Tita and Banty are all the way around. They're gonna finish before a third of the fleet finishes the race, probably.
Unless they get stuck in a hole, right? But typically,
but downwind,
these guys stay on the foils,
yeah.
Unless it's really light downwind.
And one thing we know, that's a great point. One thing we know with foiling, in moth sailing, there were times where you have to jibe going upwind just to stay on the foil. You do everything you can, head way high. In the America's Cup, we've seen that, perpendicular to where you're supposed to be going to stay up on the foils.
Yeah, the Nacra 17 has a lot of lifting area, and pretty much if you're not foiling downwind, you really shouldn't be racing. It's kind of like 5.5 knots. You can still foil downwind.
Gotcha, that's a good point. Gimson and Burnett, really great comeback sailing through the fleet there.
We actually had to change our rules so that if if the wind was under 10 knots, they have an extra 10 minutes to finish, so we didn't get a bunch of DNFs. Sometimes you can have like one boat finish and a whole string of DNFs ruin a regatta scoreline for the whole fleet. There we go. Look at them all rocking in now. So the wind is back. That's Matajani and Bosco coming in for their nice tack, and then Kirkby and Keskinen.
Yeah, we see Gimson and Burnett and Kirkby and Keskinen.
Beautiful drone image there of that foiling well, they didn't quite foil all the way around, but they certainly got around quickly.
Beautiful tack. Yep.
Yeah, that was nice.
And Gimson and Burnett and Kirkby and Keskinen really did a great job working their way back up into the fleet. The people that are
there's the Danes that we were talking about. So
yep.
they didn't, they didn't quite pull off the hero move, but they're certainly better than where they were when we first spotted them.
So let's look at this. Let's look at what changed. Jared and Johnson were in the top group, but Gimson and Burnett and Kirkby and Keskinen worked their way up into the top 6, top 5. The Dutch and Argentinians held their place. Tita and Banty held their place, and Jared and Johnson did. Look at this great footage of these roundings. Let's see who keeps it rolling through the turn. The Americans are still hanging in there in the top 10.
I'm surprised they gave them so much room there. I don't think having trailed in they had the right.
Yeah, when you come that close to the mark, coming that fast, it takes you a second. I mean, they turned as fast as they could there, and they're still 2 boat lengths away from the mark.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. So let's see if Wilkinson and Dawson get ahead of the Americans based on those simultaneous tacks. So a lot of these teams are still fighting for points here. Like all these points matter. We saw Gimson and Burnett; they'll be moving up the overall standings. They're in about 6th or 7th.
That was a great beat for them. They basically worked through a group on the left that there was no passing lane for, and same thing with Kirkby and Keskinen.
Okay, so back with the overall leaders and the leaders of this race, ripping downwind.
Mm-hmm. Hard to believe that everyone was almost sitting still for a while on that beat when you look at this shot.
Yeah, so these two are only about 200 meters from the finish line, and we see the rest of the fleet still rounding the windward mark.
I mean, they're going the same speed as the wind, maybe even faster. So.
Yeah, they probably are going fast right now. They'd be up in the high teens, and there's no way it's that windy.
Nope.
So,
yep. So they're going faster than the wind speed. For everyone out there, it does happen in sailboat racing, and foiling even more makes that possible. And it's just fantastic to see. It's all about apparent wind sailing. The breeze is almost always ahead of the beam, coming from ahead of you. So even though they use those Jannikers downwind.
So that's Ugolini and Jubilee, who I think were 4th overall, having a poor race, so a second poor race in a row from them. Mm-hmm. There's going to be some passes here heading into the medal race. There's Tita and Banty finishing the race. So
still got
secured victory a while ago, but
third of the fleet going upwind.
They've now won. How many of the races have they won this regatta? My goodness.
Yeah, 2/3 of them. So, but here we go.
Just won their 9th out of 14 races. My goodness.
Looking downwind, absolutely beautiful sailing. Foiling upwind, foiling downwind. You can see the dramatic change in direction, like we were talking about, just to keep the boat up on the foils, keep the weight out on the rail, and then just aim for whatever puff is working out best for you. But this is you can't script it better for a day like today. I can't wait for the medal race. This is their last race of the Gold Fleet, and this is going to determine the medal race. So we're going to do a lot of talking about who got in, and maybe it's not that dramatic in this particular fleet, but it's really important. We got the 2 Italians here, and actually behind those 2 are Bissar and Frascari. Really disappointing leading into the medal race for them. But we see the Swedish, what a gap. Look at the size of this gap.
Yeah, that was a big win for Tita and Banty. Good race here from Giroud and Johnson.
Yeah, I'm really happy about the Argentinians.
Giroud and Johnson won a race this week, so they've actually been all over the place. They've had a bunch of top 10s and then a bunch in the sort of high teens. So when they get ahead, they've obviously got enough speed to hold it. Giroud and Johnson, that is. This is a Japanese team. I wonder if that's the same team that sailed the Olympics. I have a feeling it isn't. This is Itsuka and Ura. So they were sailing last quad, but I don't think they went to the games. So new Japanese team coming to Europe and seeing how their domestic training's going.
I do have a question. I mean, I hope Santi doesn't get mad at me, but for Long and Travasio, when you're so good as he is for so many years, it almost seems impossible that you can be, in anything but the top group. But that just shows you how tough this racing is, how the fleet is in transition, right?
Well, so he's got 2 things to learn. He's got to learn how to foil upwind, and then he's also got to teach Vicky how to crew a Nacra. So he's got 2 challenges.
They're
right
working
now
on different things, maybe.
Yeah, so they've had, I think he'd be the first to admit, a tough season so far. He's starting to feel good upwind, but they're losing downwind, he says all the time. They've moved up sort of if if Tita and Banty are a 1 and everything, he said he was a 5 downwind just a couple weeks ago, maybe getting up to a 4, and sometimes feeling like a 2 upwind, more like a 3. So they've got a lot of levels that they need to prove still, but he's done a lot of years of this, and he knows it's near the end of the quad that matters, not necessarily right now.
Right, and what is cool about this, you see the Japanese team, you see the Turkish team trying to make inroads here, the Americans up near the top, even though they've been historically really good campaigners in the last quad. It's nice to see in these conditions. Don't you think these conditions are a little bit of a, besides the tactical or strategical side of things, these conditions are a little bit level playing ground for boat handling?
Absolutely. This is some pretty good boat handling conditions. Flat water,
easier.
You know, maybe you're tacking through shifts, so smaller degree changes. You know, it's tough in a straight line to adjust all the shifts, but so straight line boat handling, whatever you call that, would be hard today, or hard in this condition. But lots of opportunities, right? So you can be a good racer and try and pass some people that way. Obviously, you got to have the tools to put your boat in the right spot too.
I know if I was starting out in the Nacra fleet, I'd want a day just like today. Because it'd be a little bit easier, seemingly, to work on those modes without a big waves or big breeze. But then you also have opportunities to pass with shifts. You know, maybe you can be lucky or set yourself up for something, so things are mixed up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, all foilers love flat water, right? And this is pretty darn flat for the amount of wind we have.
But new people may not like steady conditions because the fast people just take off on them.
Yeah. No, there's been lots of opportunities on this race course. So if you wanted clear air, if that was your goal, then you could find it. Finland 13, Kurt Van Keskinen having another good race. You can just see them finishing in 6th right now, way down at the bottom of the screen.
That's a keeper.
Yeah, nice Olympic spinnaker there. Makes them easy to spot.
Yeah. Why don't we have those? Can we have more of those?
That's what the teams were asking for, is see if we can do a little negotiations with the suppliers. That's Svensson and Dackhammer, Sweden, just crossing in 7th. Another good race for them. They've had their best day of the regatta.
Really spread out. I guess we should have expected that, not basically because of the shifty conditions.
USA 50, Liebenberg, and Newberry just finishing there in 9th. Probably one of their better races of the week. 8th, sorry.
Yep, and then Denmark right behind them. So at least Denmark came back a couple places.
Well, when we saw Denmark, they were really deep. So that was the right move mid-pack. Remember when they were about 15th overall to gain on the windward, but on the upwind, but they didn't make it all the way across. And
their coach, Lynn Senholt. So it's great to see her giving back after that last quad. She was probably one of the top helm in the fleet, and female, a CP. And
they won. They were 4th at the Olympics, right? And she won. I think they won the final 2 days or something close to that. Like, they really were very, very close to winning a medal, and decided to call it a day.
And talk to me about that split. Sarah Newberry in 8th place here in this race. How many female helms do we have in this fleet? It seems like less than I've seen in the last quad.
It could be. Yeah, I haven't looked at that yet. We've been so busy focusing on the tech.
Yes, exactly. Sorry about that, everyone.
Well,
let's talk about the people.
Keskinen.
Yep, Kurt Van Keskinen, of course.
She's the top. We've had Tara step back from the fleet right now. I don't know if that's permanent,
and she was a helm
or temporary.
Yeah, she was telling me.
Step back.
Yeah, she was telling me with the Federation, it's a tough time in terms of support for that fleet. We do have a Spanish team here, but for veteran campaigners, they want it to be just right. They don't want to have a campaign that's lightly funded, and sometimes that's the difference between doing it and not doing it.
Yeah, I can see that logic. Even Dylan at times was like that. Dylan Fletcher from the 49er gold medalist announced his retirement recently, and he was going to get lots of financial support, but just he had to put in a lot of work, and decided it wasn't for him just at the moment. Wow. So as we wrap, I'll try and hopefully we can stay online long enough to give you the Nacra scores. But as we finish out this race, I can tell you about the other fleets because their scores are up. In the 49er, we've had a lead change again, and we've got Button and Florian Trittle-Paul, who just won the race, and then Bart Lambrechts and Florida Vanderwerken came last. Yeah,
they sailed their throw out in 25th, so that's an 11-point swing, 10-point swing basically.
Yeah, so it could be that Button's going to win, and Trittle, the 11 points going in the medal race is a lot. That's it's not insurmountable, but
not at all.
And they've secured silver. So congrats.
And
Button,
same thing with Peters and Sterrett, another like a 9-point gap to 3rd place between the Dutch and the British.
Yeah, and then we've got Frederick Rask, the locals, with Jakob Precht Jensen in 4th overall. Jim Colley and Sean Connor in 5th from Australia, having a great regatta.
Yeah, 4th in that last race.
Fantala Brothers in 6th with a 3rd in that last race. So lots of teams coming up when it counted. Tom Needham and Joel Turner sailed their throw it, so they're down to 7th. Isaac McCarty and William McKenzie slide back a little bit, but nevertheless in 8th. Privitek and Piasek from Poland, they've moved into the top 10 here.
Yeah, we had Paweł Kolejinski shout out to us earlier in the series, just hoping those guys would figure out a way to get back into the top 5. Poland has invested very heavily, largely because of Pavel's and his skipper's experience in multiple Olympics.
Yeah, and then Bildstein and Husel round out the top 10, only 2 points ahead of Mollis and McDermott. So it could be a protest here or there after 2 fleet races, could shuffle things a little bit. But that's your top 10. Let's flip over to the 49er FX and see if we've got the scores there. Yeah, we do. So Grail and Kunz came 6th, and they have a 10-point lead over Van Aanholt and Deutsch, who won that last race. So Van Aanholt and Deutsch, the defending world champions, defending European champions, are in with a shout to win the European Championship again. 10 points behind Grail and Kunz. And then falling back today pretty significantly are Bobek and Netzer from Sweden.
Yeah, they had led the regatta for a long time.
Yeah, they led the regatta up until
yesterday.
They sailed a 10 and a 20 today, kept them both because they had a 24th. So it's been a tough gold fleet for them. They dominated qualifying. Tough gold fleet for them, but they're still in 3rd.
Yeah,
and actually
big gap.
they're going to win the bronze medal.
Yeah, big gap
So,
between
huge gap.
3rd and 4th. Steph Roble, Maggie Shea today, an 18 and a 17. Same thing with behind them, Germani and Bertuzzi. From Italy, they had a 21 and a 19. So, not the kind of day that you want if you want to stay in podium position. So there's a pretty big gap for that top 3.
And then Tamara Chigoyan in 6th. So this is her comeback regatta. Has taken a lot of time off after the games. She won the 2016 and 2020 World Championships and hasn't won a medal in the FX. Both times it was incredibly close, tied, and very famously tied heading into the medal race in 2016. Still looking for her first medal in an Olympics in the FX to go along with her gold medal in the match race.
But they haven't sailed since Tokyo. They had a couple days training in Palma, 2 or 3 days, and they were really relaxed coming into this. They say, we just want to find our old mojo and then pay attention to where everyone else is and see how far we have to go. So it's their test event right now, dipping their feet back into the campaign, and obviously they're happy. They're laughing all the time, and both just finished degrees. Tamara finished MBA in this time period since Tokyo. She didn't start it there, but she finished her MBA in the last year, and Tamara was finishing her degree too. So really great to see.
7th place, Ronja Gronblom and Vera Huka. So they're 4th at the last World Championship, and we saw them. We saw them narrowly make it into gold and then sail a good gold series. 7th right now, heading into the medal race and room to climb up. Ali Tenhove and Mariah Millen from Canada, the Olympic representatives from Canada, having probably their best European Championship. If I don't know their record off by heart, but certainly sitting in 8th place right now is a good spot for them. And then the Schmidt sisters, who were leading qualifying.
Heartbreaking second half of the regatta for them. They did get 3rd in that last race, so they're showing everyone that they still can play with the best in the world.
And then Maloney and Hobbs from New Zealand sneaking into the top 10. They've got a 2-point gap on 11th and a 5-point gap on 12th. So congrats to Maloney and Hobbs. Alex Maloney with a new crew, Olivia Hobbs, just first time back in Europe with a new crew, and sailing into the medal race.
All right, Ben.
Tell me.
Brother, what's going on the rest of the day for our live stream? What's next, and when is it?
Yeah, so the live stream is going to go again in 2 hours. That's assuming that the protests don't impact things too much. But that's the goal, is to have the 3 medal races starting at 2 p.m. local time. It's just about 12 local time, so almost exactly 2 hours from now. What do you think, Chris? Are we going to leave this stream on, or are we going to start a new stream?
That's a great question. I think we're probably going to wind up starting a new stream because of the duration.
A new link. So go to 49er.org or Nacra17.org. We'll put the new stream up in there.
Yeah, definitely check in.
And it'll start at 2 p.m. local time. We'll also send an email for those of you who are subscribers, 49er.org/subscribe if you want to join our mailing list. And we'll be back with the medal races in just a couple hours.
Great. Thanks, Ben. And we'll try to get some guest commentary with us to watch some of these races too.
Hello and welcome back to the 2022 49er FX and Nacra 17 European Championship from Aarhus, Denmark. I'm Ben Remacher, joined by my co-host Chris Musler, and in the office today we got Joe Alley, star sailor, joining us to look at this medal race. Up first we've got the Nacra 17, top 10 here from the European Championship, and then following that we'll have the 49er FX, and then finally the 49er. We got a big crowd on hand, Joe. You probably saw them all getting ready for this medal race. Big attraction here in Aarhus. So what's everyone ready for in this race?
Well, it's going to be a pretty tight race from sort of third to fifth. Should be pretty exciting. Hopefully there's enough wind to go foiling. That's always the good stuff we want to see in the Nacra.
Now, Joe, you were sailing FX this week. It was a windy week, and we get all the way to the last day of the regatta, and it's lighter. But you coached Nacra. You coached the second place team, Micah and Erica. Tell us what you think about their, in terms of their training for this. How have they done in these moderate conditions? They've obviously done well in the breeze.
Yeah, so it's been really good to see the Kiwis doing well. I've obviously helped them for about 2 years, so back to sailing myself, but good to see them going well, and it's going to be a good medal race. I think they've been in the mix the last few regattas, but haven't quite pulled it off, so hopefully today is the day.
Absolutely. And so we are in sequence right now. I'm trying to think of where we are in terms of our timing. Inside of 3 minutes probably. And yeah, I mean, it's a lot lighter right now, but you know, that New Zealand team hasn't, you know, they've been getting better all the time. Right now the lead is, I think we can say, unassailable.
Yeah, the Italians have put together a pretty incredible week so far. I think they're on 17 points and the next boat is on 78. So that's sort of winning with 2 races to spare, which is pretty incredible. But at least we've got some good battles to watch for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth even, and some really good teams going to be vying out for those places.
Occasionally Olympians have been that far the rest of the fleet, but it's been rare. I mean, I think Scheidt won a bunch of races at One Worlds, and Burling and Tuke maybe you could argue, but it's pretty rare to be this far ahead.
Well, I think the crazy thing with the Italians is they're not carrying anything worse than a second. So that's a pretty good list of results. You definitely take that.
Okay, down to the last 30 or so seconds to the start here. We see St. Micah and Erica.
So we've got Aussies down at the pin.
That's the Aussies?
Yeah, that's the Aussies. Germans looking like they're going for a port start. So it looks a lot softer than it's been all week. So it'll be a bit of a change up for the fleet. And Aussie, that's Jason Waterhouse and Lisa Darmanin. Looks like they're going for the port start as well. So they're coming in 10th with, I think, not much to lose. So they will just be trying to send it.
We got Ugolini and Jubilai going to try and win this pin here. Let's hope they can get up and around. Yeah, there we go. Yep, we're started.
We're off.
And it's light.
But I think, Joe, how important is it to have your bow free? It's one thing when you're on the verge of foiling to have your bow free, but right now, is it not as important to be able to bear off a lot in these kind of conditions?
Well, I think at the moment it's just whoever's clear and who can get moving. Obviously, the Swedish had a really good start there.
And I think that's Tita and Banty at the boat end, just above the Swedish, also with a good start. Gimson and Burnett falling behind, same with Kurtby and Keskinen. So those two were looking to move up and haven't started that well.
Yeah, and I guess the question that we can't quite see from here is where is the first puff going to come from? Because as we know, these boats change speeds pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. On the Swedish boat, though, Jared and Johnson, I mean, the fact that they made it into the medal race, I mean, they've been on a slow climb their entire career. And Jared is with a different crew with Johnson now. We see the Italians starting to lift their weather hull. I think that puff, this wishful thinking, this puff coming down the left side, they're still... it's hard to see on the right side if they're starting to fly a hull as well.
Yeah, the Dutch were pretty even with Ugolini and Gubelai not very long ago, and they've really fallen back. So Ugolini and Gubelai have stretched out here, and will they change modes again yet, or not quite?
Yeah, I guess what we're looking for is it windy enough to get foiling upwind? Obviously not quite yet, but it does look like there's more breeze coming down the course. So if they do get into the foiling modes, obviously the fleet will spread out very quickly.
And are they just going through this decision-making process? Is it worth it? What's the litmus test for when it's worth it to start foiling upwind?
Well, it's basically a boat speed number. So if you are going fast enough that you can get up on the foils, you pretty much will. And they're foiling earlier and earlier these days, just with the new adjustable rudder system. It's really changed the boat. So it's a lot more fun to watch than it was while I was coaching them.
Yeah. And
So the first on the Swedish hip, we've got Pizarro and Frescari first, and then above them is Tita and Banti. So Tita and Banti with the controlling position in terms of being on starboard. I don't think anyone could tack and cross them just yet, but we do see the Swedes punched out in terms of in terms of this lineup, and the Italians here center of picture. They're the farthest pin boat. They're looking over their shoulders a little bit, trying to assess where the fleet is. Kiwis go for their tacks. They're going to tack and duck Tita and Banti.
Yeah, so at the moment, obviously, the left-hand boats have just got into more pressure and will all be crossing the righties. Still a little way to go on this beat. And so in terms of the medals, we're just looking at Micah and Erica, the Kiwis, and then Paul and Alicia, Germans. But obviously, the Italians right in the mix as well. That's a bit of, we have some foiling.
Yep, and we see a little bit of almost like a shear going on with the two Italian boats to the weather of, on this left-hand group to the weather of the Swedish boat. They're definitely pointing a bit higher up there. You can see the breeze on the water coming down to the middle left of the course. Yeah, these are momentary bits of foiling here, but they are getting up the course pretty quickly.
Lighter now, you just see Ugolini and Gubelai crouching in, so that puff is run its course for them, and the Italians have tacked off.
Yeah,
so
both Italian teams have tacked off.
They are pretty levered here. I think that might be the windward mark in top of picture, just in the top left corner. But the Swedish are in a good spot. Okay, so they're going for their tack.
Joe, are they thinking about an economy of tacks here, or tacks so expensive that they have to be really sure it's something important?
Yeah, they definitely don't want to be tacking too much. Like, they'd probably be looking at 2, 3 tacks, depending if you started on port or not.
Right.
So they're definitely picking it. But the pressure is obviously the key. If they can get to pressure by tacking, they will, just because the gains you can make with a bit more pressure is, you're doing another 4 knots of boat speed.
Now, I know you didn't sail up this close to the shore, but we've been noticing that as you get towards the top of the beat, the fleet starts to level out a little bit. The shifts start to come back and forth, even out the fleet a little bit. But it looks like GBR in 10th is pretty far right.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to see as we get up the top is it's just going to get more and more patchy. We've obviously all been sailing up through this every day after racing, and it's easy to get becalmed.
Look at that dramatic sky there as we got the big cloud over the top. Here's the spread of the fleet. Germany 3.
So
First time we've talked about Koloff and Stuhlemmer in Finland. So they tacked off early.
So
and
they've tacked off and they've
and
actually come back foiling through. So obviously found a little bit of pressure.
That was the boat we saw.
Yeah. So really it's all open until it's over in this sort of racing.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, like you said, it's more fun to watch, right? Because they were able to line themselves up for a puff and just move forward. They didn't do anything else but just move forward very quickly.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the Nacra at the moment, is if you get some pressure, you can sort of cross the fleet foiling pretty quickly.
Wow, you can tell a bit of the zoom lens here as we see a keelboat in the foreground. There's Kurtby and Keskinen looking pretty powered up. They're on the left side of the fleet now, so the farthest left boat, Koloff and Stuhlemmer, are probably number 1, although are they... so Micah just popped in there. I get a sense that... so the Germans had to duck Micah, so Micah took briefly the lead. The Germans will have sailed through that now, and then outside them is Tita and Banti, who are the farthest left boat in the screen right now, right if you're looking upwind, and let's see who crosses who.
All right, this is kind of the moment to see which side is really paying off. Kurtby and Keskinen have really been climbing through the fleet. They had a 3.35, I think, in the last 3 races of the regatta, and they're right there in it. And especially with Kohlhoff and Stuhlemmer, they really had a kind of a bad end to their series before the medal race.
So Koloff and Stuhlemmer had to duck there.
Yeah.
I think that was Darmanin and Waterhouse, and then there's Tita and Banti way out in front. So Tita and Banti somehow squeaked through again. Lucky. Must be lucky.
Very good at positioning. You can see here we've got just this last little right-hand pressure and shift coming in at the top, which they've snuck through with very well. But the Kiwis have also managed to close back in.
Yeah, Tita and Banti going for another tack. So that's a few tacks already to speed as the fleet's still left of the windward mark, pretty close to the port ley line.
Joe, how much of this is setting yourself up on the course for, 2 puffs ahead?
Well, I think ideally you want to, but it is pretty hard to see out here. So you can see the Italians sailing very conservatively. Obviously, they made a gain. They took it back to the fleet. And now they're sort of just sticking with the boats around them. So So very much about reducing the opportunity for the fleet to pass them.
It seems to me that the lighter it gets, the slower they go, the less painful the tacks are. I guess, who was that, the New Zealanders that tacked away? When the Italians tacked on top of them, they were quick to tack away again.
Yep, they were, and they've actually got a little patch of pressure through the middle. So
We just saw Gibson and Burnett there on the left ley line, port ley line, and they had made big gains. They were down in 10th by the tracker early in the beat.
Yeah, they came all the way across the course.
And that's big for them. They're
Behind
trying to get a
everyone.
medal here. So, okay, but they're overstood because the Italians are now basically on ley line.
Yeah, so the angle changes in this top quarter of the beat have been pretty extreme. You can see obviously we're in a bit of a left shift at the moment, and Italians will be leading around this first top mark, but it's going to be pretty tight behind.
Yeah, and the other thing that we're considering here is that the Finnish team, depends on how fast the tacks are, but the Finnish team is going to be coming in on starboard. It looks like the Australians, Waterhouse and Darmanin, are in a great spot to capture second place. Let's see if the Finns can get in there besides this row of of 2 or 3 actually port tackers.
Yeah, so the Swedish and the Dutch, who were looking so good early, they tacked across and never really got the shifts, and they've managed to shuffle way down to 9th and 10th. But this is a tight group here that are the ones fighting for the medals.
Yep, and Gimson and Burnett, they're kind of held out there with that group. They made their big gains. Now they're in touch with the top 5. They're in 6th place, it looks like, and I think they can do something with that. At least they're in touch.
Where's Koloff and Stuhlheimer gone?
They are still out there. Wow, they got hung out on the right-hand side of the course. I saw that. We saw, most of the leaders came from the middle left. So it's just that last decision. It was that last decision, looking upwind and seeing which was the last puff. And it was just, those top 5, top 6 boats got that last puff on the left.
British jibing inside. The Italians there going to try and roll them on the new jibe. Let's see if the Italians can get up and get foiling and get clear, or if the British are going to pass them here. I think the British will get across.
Yeah, and the Kiwis are going to make a big gain here, too, getting up on the foils before the boats that were right next to them. Now most of the fleet downwind is up on the foils. I was shaking my head, Ben, when you were saying downwind. It was looking so light, and you were like, oh, yeah, downwind, no problem foiling. And I was like, how are you going to do that? It's blowing like 6 knots.
No, they got lots of lift, so downwind.
They only need about 6 knots to
if
get
they,
going.
if they don't foil downwind, we don't really race. I mean, it just doesn't work.
Gotcha.
I think it's going to be pretty tricky downwind. You can see through the aerial shots just the differences in pressure.
But nice puffs coming down, though. And these aren't as long and narrow as they were earlier in the day. They're kind of wide, so they're going across a bigger
That's
part of the
Australia
course.
5 with the red spinnaker that just looked like they've got a little bit light and ended up losing out because they were, second or third round?
Yeah, so big loss for the Italians. I mean, for the Aussies and the British here.
Yeah.
And this is Bissara and Foscari really ripping over the top of the Germans.
No, this is 98, isn't it?
Oh, that's 98?
That's Ugolini and Jubilee.
Okay, yep,
Yeah,
sorry.
who are in the most pressure on the fleet right now, sailing. So that's down the left side of the course looking up. They are significantly behind the fleet, but everyone's coming to this side to try and get that pressure.
Right, gotcha. Yeah, and there's some depth of field lost. Yeah, we have no depth of field.
Mostly no
so,
depth of
yeah,
field.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, so there's the British and Finnish all in contention. Is that?
So at the moment, I think if we're looking at the medals, that Kiwis are still holding on to that silver medal at the moment. And then the Germans definitely at risk of falling further down the fleet from where they are now, but obviously there's still a lot of race to go, and as you can see, it's definitely pretty changeable.
Yep, this is the medal race, and maybe one of you give me the update on terms of how the points work in the medal race? No?
Well, I can try, but it's going to be a little bit We'll try it on the second upwind.
No, in terms of the scoring.
Yeah, we'll try it on the second upwind. It's going to be too much to move. Right
Okay,
now.
Gotcha. No, not for positions, but it's
just the basics in terms of
double
it is a
points.
double point.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry, double
Yeah.
points. Yeah. It's just double points, 10 votes.
not
so-
asking you to be clairvoyant. Yeah.
No, I thought you were trying to get me to do the math as everyone. changed
No.
here.
Just
Yeah.
the more basic update.
Yeah.
So
Double
Awesome.
point here.
Awesome footage here.
Again with Tita and Banty holding steady. We were amazed earlier in the day when it was a bit windy how steady they were.
Yeah,
and
their
yet
pitch
again,
stability is beautiful. Now, Joe, that also comes with everyone's foiling more stably downwind, right? The range of the crew is a lot smaller now because of the rudder.
Yep, so the fact that they can adjust the rudders on the fly now means that they're actually able to set up the boat for the conditions, whereas before you had to set up for the race
So, yeah.
and you get caught out pretty easily.
Mhm.
But now it's a much more controllable boat, and they're just pushing it a lot harder a lot earlier.
Yeah, but still with Tita and Banty, they were gold medalists before, and now with this change, they are still on top.
Well, even farther ahead, I think would be easy to argue.
Even farther ahead. Yeah,
definitely like the foiling. This is finish. There just fell out of the breeze. They were actually even on the tracker with Tita and Banty very briefly, but fell out of the breeze. And now outside, we've got Micah and Erica Dawson from New Zealand, who are probably going to challenge for second place here, along with the other Italians.
And they held their spinnaker up till very late there. They had a lot of time coming in. They knew when they probably got off the foils, they'd slow down a lot. So
standard catamaran stuff. You just take it all the way in, right?
Yeah. Yep, nice stable boats. Until they're not.
Until they're not, like yesterday.
They're dosing on the upwind because you can just get around the corner. So both, we got two top teams here fighting overall for, I think they're in second and fourth as we head up the wind here, with the Italians and New Zealanders heading opposite directions.
Yep, and we had Bassara and Frascari
Finland
in
there.
second.
So we got all the key players up at the front of the pack.
Yeah, it's just awesome racing. And everyone's kind of, all the boats that were on the climb today are all at the top of the fleet.
There's the Germans, so they've managed to catch back up at least distance-wise.
So
they're in third overall right now and in danger of losing their podium position here if they fall behind Ugolini and Jubilee, or Kurtbay and Keskinen, or Gimson and Burnett too far.
Joe, at this level, when you're in the position of Germany, for example, where they're just trying to hang on to a medal and seeing what they need to do for the rest of this race, I mean, at this level, are they letting that really get to them, or are they just one step at a time and focusing on what's right in front of them?
I'm sure they'll be a little bit annoyed. It hasn't gone their way so far, but from here, it will just be trying to find that next shift and trying to get back in the game. Obviously, there's a lot of gains and losses out there, and you've seen how much the fleet has sort of inverted at times already. So for them, it's just trying to see what they can do to get back, because obviously at the moment, the silver's pretty tied up, but the bronze is wide open. We've got sort of 4 boats competing for that.
And you as a sailor, do you trying to pump up your crew a little bit and let's get focused and, give a little cheerleading, or it's just you just naturally fall into your training routine?
I mean, everyone here has been doing it long enough that they have good routines. If they get back in the pack, they know what to do and they know what to focus on, and it is just that next decision and that next step, and sort of not letting the past stuff up what you do next.
Yep, absolutely.
So this is, I think, Bassara and Frascari taking the lead over all here in this race.
So we've got upwind foiling happening here, so there's going to be some big changes. It looks like there's been a big right-hand pressure.
Is that the finish?
Finish are up on the foil.
Yep.
So they're looking to get free, get through the leeward wash of the Italians.
Yeah, look at the difference in their orientation and also the difference in their performance. Do you think that's right from your? It's hard to see right now, but from your view right now, does that look like a net gain on the VMG for the finish?
Oh, definitely. I think the finish have climbed back up. They lost a lot at the bottom of that last downwind. But
yeah, we can still see it right now.
Making gains at the moment. And
it seems like the Italians on top of them are heading over as well. It's I wonder if there's a shift here. Yeah, there is a shift. There's a left shift and some breeze they're heading into. So the Tita and Banty caught out momentarily. Let's see. Oh, so
and everyone just
tacked over.
So good call, Ben. Good job, buddy. But it also makes sense to me that they would put the bow down, try to foil, and get to that puff quickly. Does that make sense?
Yes. I mean, what we can't see so much is where they're actually going to. But when they use these modes, like the foiling mode, it is to get across and to get somewhere quicker.
Gimson and Burnett in the screen here are the farthest left boat other than the Germans, so they may be seeking for win. They're in 6th overall. They've got the Swedish on their hip along with Jubilee and Ugolini.
Yeah, and they were probably just on the wrong side of that puff, so they were lifted on instead of headed.
Yeah, look at the Finns having to take another tack here. I'm sure
a little double tack.
That.
It was really painful.
And it's light in this corner, so still lots of change likely. We've got the Australians are the only boat sort of center, of course, being the farthest right. So they're taking a bit of a flyer, not looking particularly hot right now. Finland's still okay position-wise. They're covering, really. They're in 3rd.
Yeah, that just looked like it hurt right there.
These top 2 Italians are taking the lead of this race. There we go. Full foil from Koloff and Stuhlemmer.
Yep, they're in 10th place right now on the tracker, but they're level with the Dutch and the Australians. So, wow, big position changes here on these legs. And the Australians were, what were they, 3rd around the leeward mark?
Yeah, and you can see they've gone from full foiling to crouching up forward. So that's how quickly they're able to change their gears right now.
And like Joe said, I mean, there's a lot on the table here. I mean, this race is not going to be over until the finish line, I think.
No, and we've got 6 points separating sort of 3rd to 6th at the moment. So
Yeah,
it's basically a battle for third place at the
if
moment.
Wilkinson and Dawson can stick in the top couple, they're going to hold on to their silver, and then it
Exactly.
becomes a battle for bronze. Like you said, we've got the Germans, Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy, Finland and GBR all in the hunt.
Yeah, it's such a small fleet, but like we said, those points make a big difference. And I mean, I'm watching this race, and I'm closing my eyes sometimes. When I open them, there's a different position. But I think this will be challenging. Now, Bissaro and Foscari are in first right now. They're actually covering their teammates, Tita and Banti, which doesn't seem like it's...
Well, they're in a different battle, really. They're in all the way down in 8th place. They're trying to win this race, hope a couple people, have deep scores and pop a couple places up that way.
Right.
I would assume they're not overly concerned with Tita and Banti. Just
Gotcha. They're just sailing their race.
So yeah. And we've got a course change. It's a bit late.
Yeah, I really like where the Finnish are, and they're in control of the boats on their left. The only thing that can happen to them is that they aren't second around this weather mark. They're in a really safe position. I like their course positioning.
Yes, I think all we have to remember as well is that it can all change just as quickly on the next downwind.
Yes,
so whatever we have at this top mark, it does not mean
looks
it's the
breezy
finish.
right now, so that's helpful to the leaders to get round in a reasonable amount of wind. Jibe setting.
Yeah, so it looks like a right hand pressure's come through for these two.
Right, you just said that right now about the downwind. Look at the change on this.
The only other boat that was right-ish was Australia. I wonder if they all have popped out anywhere. They're mid-pack still.
Yeah, they certainly got out of the way, got on top of the boats that were level with them, so that's helpful.
Kirkby and Keskinen could be in line here for the bronze if they can hold on to this spot. Third around the mark's good for them. And the next one we're looking for is New Zealand. So they're right behind them. So New Zealand's not giving them too much space.
Yep. But they, all these boats, the ones that have to do the bat turn, the 180-degree turn, that's a pretty slow start. So when you're on this escalator, once someone gets their kite up and extends, that's a nice little buffer. And here we go. We're going to try to get in tight on the leaders here. Actually, we're still right on the weather mark. Gibson and Burnett just around. And, they're right in the middle of the fleet. They haven't found that passing lane yet like they have in the previous races.
No,
and that must be Australia, right?
Hard thing about these shorter meter races is obviously the first beat matters a bit more. And once you get behind, you just have less runway.
Right.
And the fleet racing for the Nacras, often the speed differences are so big that you have a lot more time to catch up, whereas day like today.
Yeah, short race.
So we're on board here with Tita and Banti, and then in the background we've got Bissaro and Foscari. That's 1 and 2 in the race with Bissaro and Foscari quite a bit big downwind. So with the lead for sure, a bit of leverage, but they're both on a similar angle.
Here we have the Kiwis. Tell us about what Erica's working on here.
Oh, Erica's quite a battler of a crew. They've been just trying to keep the boat in the water. So that's her really far forward.
Yeah, really
over
far
the
forward.
Top of the board, just trying to keep the bow down.
But really steady. She hasn't moved much there. She's finding like a really great balance point.
Yeah, no, they've dialed it in. It's great conditions for the Nacra. I mean, flat water makes it a lot easier than waves. This is where these boats really light up and get going.
And they're going 15 knots or so in
They'll be
8 knots of
doing
breeze?
16, 17 knots in this sort of breeze downwind.
And it's about 8 knots of breeze maybe in the
Yeah,
puff.
it's pretty crazy.
It's like 2 to 1.
It is.
So with Koloff and Stuhlemmer all the way back in 10th place, that I think is going to drop them out of the medals. So it's really a matter of whether Kirkby and Keskinen can get. They need to get. If this spot here puts Kirkby and Keskinen into 3rd overall, leapfrogging Ugolini and Jubilee and Koloff and Stuhlemmer for the bronze medal. The only thing that can change that, I think, is if Ugolini and Jubilee pass a couple boats, but it's only 1 point in it. So they only need to beat them. So that's pretty good for Kirkby and Keskinen. I don't think they've won any medals on a big championship before. They've had a good season this year.
Yeah, but it's great to see the two of them really. They were just climbing through the fleet. Go ahead, Ben. They were just climbing through the fleet during this series, and she's the only female helm in the top 10. So it's really great to see.
The Dutch.
The
Dutch.
Dutch.
And the Dutch.
Yeah. There we go.
So we've got
There we go.
two out of 10.
That's better than nothing.
Yeah.
So it's great to see, and they've both been sailing really well all week, particularly near the end.
So basically, it's
This
all
is going to be a tight finish
coming
here.
down to the final cross.
So Jubilee and the Italy 98 there, they're one of the ones. This is a very critical cross here between Finland and the Italians, and we've just lost the tracker, of course, on.
Joe, you were calling it for this downwind leg with GBR. They really got right back into it, got a little bit of leverage, sailed with their bow free for a little while.
Yeah, basically got 4 boats coming to the finish at the same time. So it's
But Finland's going to have it here.
Yeah, looks like they will get across, which should.
That'll wrap them up for the
4 points.
that'll wrap
it's
them
so
up for
close.
third overall.
Mm-hmm.
Mika and Erica are going to take second overall, and then with the others, wow! So those are the 4 boats that are racing off, other than Germany,
Yep.
who's going to fall back considerably based on their 9th or 10th place finish.
So now we have Bassaro and Frascari in first, Tita and Banti, the Italians, in second, Kirby and Keskinen in third, Wilkinson and Dawson in fourth, and you can see that on the tracker.
Wow, great racing there. That was tight right to the end.
Amazing. So many place changes. I think, the only ones that were really stable were those top 2, and everyone else had a range of probably about 6 places in a 10-boat fleet for each of them.
So I think that's Tita and Banti, followed by New Zealand, Finland, and then it would be the British? No, Ugolini, and then the British.
Yep.
Yep.
For the, what was that, 5?
That's top 5. Yep.
Yeah. So tight finish there, right to the end. That was good racing.
Good racing. Yeah, perfect conditions for Nacra sailing today.
And
I mean, I'm happy because the Kiwis got second. So.
yeah, of course.
Well, you can take a little credit. You coached them last quad before you got back in the
Absolutely.
boat. Absolutely, you can be proud.
Yeah.
Big smile here in the studio from Joe. That's great.
Yeah, that's great. And Joe, in these races, when you set up where it is really shifty, some sailors complain about conditions like that, and they say, well, at this level, I don't want to have a medal race when it's, the term would be like a crapshoot. But I don't look at it that way. How do you look at a race like this?
Oh, I think the way the race played out sort of makes sense if you look at the rest of the week as well. That's generally what happens in the medal race. It doesn't matter how sort of fluky or shifty it is. Generally, the boats that have been winning still have a good race. So
Right.
Yeah, Koloff and Stuhlhammer weren't thrilled we weren't racing yesterday. They would have liked us to keep going yesterday, and they've had a really tough day today, so falling back from second all the way out of the medals. So
Yeah.
tough break from them.
Yep.
But they're a strong team, and they'll certainly be able to have some better days. Let's see if I got it right. I think I did. Who's that in fourth? Can you guys read that?
that's New Zealand 4th in the race. Yep. So
in the
that was
race.
correct,
Okay, yeah,
yep.
they're not doing the overall. Okay. Very good. For those of you at home, you can see the 49er FX fleet warming up right now. So they're going to be next up on the race circuit here. And then just after that, we'll have the 49er race. Wind seems like it's holding strongly. So that's good. I don't know if you guys could hear that horn in the background, but that was the 49er fleet being released from shore. And got a couple more races to do.
Awesome, Joe. Thanks so much for being here, by the
No
way.
worries.
And what's next for you? You're still full on with Molly Meach, who's our New Zealand Olympian from the last Olympics. And what's next?
Yep, just trying to figure out how to sail a 49er FX. It's, quite
Steering
a
from the
challenge.
wire, right? For you is a new thing.
Yeah, there's many more sort of mistakes to be made yet. So we're just getting into it and seeing how it goes. But great to be here, and our house has put on a pretty amazing week of racing. Maybe a little bit less wind would have been nice, especially yesterday.
Yeah.
But no, definitely kept it interesting. So,
Are you on your way to Marseille with a lot of the Olympic hopefuls to tune up in the Olympic waters?
Yep, yeah, we'll be heading to Marseille in a week and a half, and there with everyone. So it should be probably the same fleet in Marseille, and then off to obviously Canada for the World. So it's a pretty exciting season.
It's going to be a wrestle in Marseille to see which coaches can get out there and set their courses early, because I think all 10 fleets are there. There's only about 4 race areas, so coaches are going to have to share. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, it will be.
But
good.
it'll be great to be in the Olympic venue, and I'm sure everyone's excited to be there a couple years out for coaches.
I think we're all just
regattas.
excited to have really warm weather too.
Absolutely.
30
Yeah,
degrees.
Danish summer no longer.
And Joe, there's something I've been trying to put together in my head where having so much experience in the campaign helps you when you're in a new class. Do you think you've been away from home for a long time? Like you said, you're going to go to Marseille and then go to Canada. Do you think this kind of stamina that you've built up over the years in your campaigning helps you, even though you might be a little bit behind in experience in the 49er, when you get to that Worlds after a long summer of sailing in Europe, that you may have some left in the tank versus some other teams?
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I think for us it's just a learning process, and it's a cool thing about the new class is you are just starting from scratch again. And hopefully once I sort of figure out how to sail the boat, I can actually use some of that experience. But for now, it's a bit more like oh god, drop that tiller again. You know, it's the basics.
Yeah, and Molly must be a great help. I mean, we've watched her career go along. She's just such a solid team player and such a professional with the boat.
Yeah, I'm extremely lucky to have someone like Molly on the front. I mean, she knows how to sail the boat. She sailed the boat as long as anyone in the class. I think they tested the original one, back before it was even Olympic. So I'm definitely pretty lucky.
That year of boat handling goes for everyone, even if you've got the fancy resume. I think there's no shortcut.
You've still got to do your time.
The fancy resume is nice.
Did spend a little time, like you're not starting fresh. You worked a little bit through the COVID season there, did you? And when did you start getting in the boat again for real?
Got properly in the boat last year in November. So
a
few months.
Down under summer and now
Yep.
coming to a European summer. So it's still early days, really.
Yeah, definitely. Have to keep reminding myself of that too. Get a bit frustrated out there sometimes, as you can expect.
Yeah, no worries. And that a little bit more punchy than a 472. So.
Oh, definitely good fun though.
Yeah.
Much better than sitting down. Really, definitely prefer the trapezing. There's just a lot more sort of creative ways to fall off the boat or to drop things. So just got to slowly work through that list. And
those pictures
we'll get
didn't
there.
make it to the website from yesterday. Maybe we should go look for those.
Definitely a few good ones out there.
Well, you weren't the only one. It was quite a wild ride yesterday. We see the Nacra fleet getting towed home. Wouldn't want to sail home. Absolutely not. I may as well get the coaches earning their money. Getting towed home here, and the 49er FX fleet will be getting up and running shortly. Welcome back to the 2022 49er FX and Nacra 17 European Championship from Aarhus, Denmark. We are inside 3 minutes to the start of the 49er FX medal race. And those of you who've been watching this week can see maybe it's getting a little darker. It's a tiny bit later in the day, but actually the cloud covers come in. The breeze has moved a little bit right. And it's nothing too windy. We've got maybe 8 to 10 knots right now, but enough to get these 49er FX sailors around the course. And let's have a good race here. In leading right now with a 10-point lead is Martine Grael and Kaina Kunz, our double gold medalists from Rio and from Tokyo, have taken the overall lead here today. They started the day in second. In second place is Odile van Aanholt with Annette Deutsch from the Netherlands. They also moved up from third into second. So those two are 10 points back of Grael and Kunz. They're the defending European champions, also the defending world champions. So Grael and Kunz have to hold off Van Aanholt and Deutsch. But Grael and Kunz are secured at least the silver medal. Another 13 points back of the Dutch are Bobek and Netzler from Sweden. Bobek and Netzler from Sweden had a fantastic opening series and had a little more trouble in the gold fleet, so they've fallen back a little bit, but still they're guaranteed the bronze medal. They have the chance to move up to the silver medal position. We'll try and keep you abreast of that as the race continues on. And then we've got obviously another 7 teams in this race with some spreading out in the points, but still some competing to do. We'll try and keep you in the loop with that as we go through from 4th to 10th. But the top 3 are secure. The exact position or the exact color of the medal they might receive will still be up for grabs. And let's hope we have a good race here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the conditions right now, I mean, maybe I'm just dreaming, but it just looks a little bit more stable than that Nacra race before, and which is fantastic. We want to see just a little bit more breeze, but we shall see. As this course is way up against the shore, and we're going to see if we get those big, almost no end holes and then tons of breeze that's been coming down for the Nacra.
So we'll probably cheat a little bit in this race, Chris, and use people's nationalities. There are 10 different nationalities represented in the top 10 sailors of this regatta. So that makes life easy. We had 3 Italians in the last Nacra race. So the only ones you can't see are the Finnish, who had to change mainsails during the regatta. They broke their sail, and no one has spares yet. So we managed to supply them some numbers, but we couldn't get them a flag in time. So that's Finland 4 is the farthest left boat right now. So the boat that doesn't have a flag is Finland. Everyone else is easily identifiable. If you want to check out the scores or the tracking online, you can find it at 49er.org and then find the link to the Europeans. And we're just getting into the last few seconds before the start. Or maybe we have a minute to go.
The flag's still up.
Yeah, okay, so that should be when we see the flag drop on the far side there, that'll be a minute.
Yeah, but as we know with the 49ers, for those who haven't watched too much of this racing, they can hold their position really well. They can even do 2 tacks within a boat length and a half to keep their position. So, but we have the Dutch down here at the pin. And like you said, that's fantastic. We don't have to say which Dutch team, but we have number one in the world, Annette Deutsch and Odile van Aanholt.
Yeah, so they're double tacking the other. They've got Echegoyen and Paula Barcelo in Spain just above them, the 2020 and 2016 world champions. Man, those flags are hard to see, but the yellow flag's still up, right? So do we have the checkered flag above that? No, that's the start line. So we're inside a minute.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. This is fantastic. There goes the Swedish team doing 2 tacks, getting right up next to the Brazilians.
Brazilians doing a double tack, so they're just trying to make a little space for themselves. Swedish are in a decent spot. Let's see when they start pulling the triggers. Brazilians very close to the line here. It's not the case where they can't cross the line. But here they go.
They're putting their bow downs. The Dutch had a perfect positioning. It was just time on distance for them and perfect right off the line. I think the Americans were really close to the line, actually. So let's see how that works out with Roble and Shea.
They're going back.
There we go.
I thought there's no way they can. And also the Brazilians going back. So, wow. So the Dutch, could be here to win the regatta. They're the defending European champions. They've won the pin. Yep. Their rivals are heading back and, likely not to have their best race, although Grael and Kunz do come back. But great start from the Dutch.
Absolutely.
They lined up early for the pin. They held their position, and they nailed the timing.
Yeah, for like 2 minutes they were sitting there with this big hole de leeward of them. And once everyone was all set up, there was nowhere to go.
Yeah, Van Aanholt and Deutsch.
Beautiful start. And, sometimes with Grail and Kunz, if they're close, it's not like some other racing where they're screaming your name all day long, when you're over early. Sometimes you go back just to be safe. And,
I don't know. I couldn't tell, obviously, without the timing, whether they
Right.
were over or not. But they obviously didn't want to take the chance. They thought they were close.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, they must have been covered by the Americans. They might not have known
Right.
that. But the Dutch, I'm sure, were clear because they were even a
It
little
was-
slow to the line, but had
Yep.
perfect positioning to get clear air. We've seen the left be, I would say odds-on side at this course too. So they're first to get there.
And the Swedish team that led this regatta for so long, they did that double tack to get right up underneath the Brazilians. That kind of moved the Brazilians forward a little bit and really got them too close to the line. And now look at where they are. It's really awesome to see someone who starts in the pack near the middle boat end of the line and be able to punch out like that. It's kind of rare, usually as you go down. So that's a really fantastic start. Everyone's going in the same direction, which tells me that there is really not much on the right-hand side of the course, and the boats that got forced out there, including Brazil, are on their way back to the left-hand side of the course
It
as
also
well.
looks more stable than we saw it in the Nacra race. I mean,
Yes.
could be an illusion because the boats are just more stable.
No,
but
it
I think
looks
it is.
more. It looks the consistency on the water looks about the same across the course. But again, the French got bounced out here, but everyone's headed this way. It looks very
This
deliberate.
is the standard battle of attrition. How's your boat speed doing? Obviously, the Dutch have good boat speed. Clearly, the Swedes have good boat speed.
Yeah.
We see Etchegoyen falling back. Canada's holding their lane pretty nicely in the finish, who had a great day in Goldfleet. They had a 1-3-1 on day one of Goldfleet. They've clearly got the legs to keep on the front row. But we see a couple boats keep falling out, and then there's no choice but to tack over.
But
I'm surprised the Spanish can hold that spot.
I
We'll see.
love this. It must be the definite right way to go by a good percentage, because the Spanish would not sit there in that super tight lane and for very long at all if it wasn't the right way to go. And the fact that they've been able to hold that length for as long as they have right now, I mean, it might be our perspective with the drone here, but the Swedish are really putting their bow down right now.
There's a puff here, so that's
Definite
why they've
breeze.
held in. They've seen this puff. Didn't have a choice, but you could see how far they've fallen back in the last minute.
Yep, but it's totally worth it for them, because if they tacked away that New Zealand boat or one of the other boats, there they go. They all go. They're in that puff right now. And
reasonably close to ley line, but not quite there. So all three of them had to get out. Let's see what happens with the two leaders. The Swedes holding the Dutch out here. Oh, so simultaneous tacks.
Yeah.
This is a tricky spot for Van Aanholt and Deutsch. They can't let the Swedes pinch them out, and it's going to be quite a long fetch here. So
and you can see
tough spot.
When this puff came down, it wasn't super huge. I'm sure the Dutch would have liked to tack sooner, and that's showing right now in their positioning on the Swedes. Now they're definitely in a tougher spot. They were leading off, but the Swedes did such a great job starting up near the boat. Just tremendous boat speed to separate themselves from the pack, and fully in control, no one else around them.
Yeah, the Swedes, textbook start. Win the boat end of the line, hold your pin end leaders, and then give them a tight lane. It'll be tough for the Dutch to hang there. They obviously are not going to be slow. But to hold for the whole, they've got, another 2 minutes on this tack. I don't think they want to do a double tack, and the Swedes will be looking eventually to pinch them off, probably when they don't want to do two tacks anymore, clear a few boat lengths, and then take a decent lead into the downwind.
Well, I have to tell you here, it's a master class coming from Etchegoyen and Barcelo, because they hung in there almost in bad air and in bad air for a little bit longer, just for the right time to clear out. They're so lucky that the Swedes didn't tack right at that right time. They probably tacked a little earlier than they wanted, just to make sure that their bow was out. And now they're in a really great position, like we've seen in those other races earlier today when there was more breeze, that you're in the middle of the race course and you're in control.
Yeah, so this is the whole fleet all in one image, and we have the Brazilian center screen at the back. All their rivals up front, so it could be that the Brazilians are completely out of this and the Dutch are going to take the lead. Let's not count it out. The downwinds could be plenty of shifts that happen.
Oh, yeah, this is just one part of the equation here.
But meanwhile, the Swedes are trying to beat the Dutch, but they have to beat them by 6 or 7 boats in between. And then let's see what Tamara Etchegoyen's got going for her. She's sitting in, Tamara Etchegoyen with Paula Barcelo are in 6th right now. They could easily move into 3rd with a good race here. They have to leapfrog the Americans and Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy, who we haven't seen much of yet this race. There's the windward mark. Bobeck and Paulo Barcelo, and then Tamara Chagoyan up into second. We're going to see Van Aanholt and Deutsch fell back on the hip there, and they're going to be comfortably in third. So still very solid.
Like I said,
them.
a master class on that beat. Kids and sailors are going to be watching this on replay, just figuring out how she did that, her placement on the fleet. That was really fantastic. But again, the Swedes, off the line, it was boat speed going in the right direction and first shift. So who else do we have here, Ben?
That's Canada, Tenhove and Millen. So that's fourth round.
Yep.
That's a good spot from them. There's the Finns, who Finland 4, no flag. Just as a reminder, Alex Maloney with new crew Hobbs. And then the Danish, that is the Schmidt sisters. There's Gianna Bertuzzi and Germani from
there are
Italy.
a couple boats in between.
And then the two that went back early in the race, the Americans, Roble and Shea, and Brazilians. Tough to come back from if this wind stays steady. This is like already a minute and a half behind.
Yeah,
so
this is nothing.
Easy.
Two things. They're a little bit slower than the Nacras, but this was nothing like the other race course. The breeze shifted just a little bit right and got a lot steadier, and so it's a little bit easier to keep a lead right now.
We're going to see some jibe setting now from those at the back. Put a bit of a roll of the dice, I'd say. That's Germani and Bertuzzi first to jibe out. This is on board. It's light now. There's Bobek and Netzler. She had a new crew, Tenstrom last year, so I got to change my memory here. But Bobek and Rebecca Netzler teamed up together this year, formed out of two Swedish teams from the last quad, and they're crouched right in, pretty far forward on the wing, so it's obviously relatively light. Even the team there in second is one leg in, so that's Tamara Chagoyan.
But that was the side of the course that worked up the beat as well, so it looks like a pretty safe bet right now.
I think they're on the long jibe too, so
yeah,
they're in great position right now. Listen, the fact it got lighter, it doesn't look too unstable, but just you want everything to stay the same when you're in the lead.
Yeah, and for the rest of the fleet, they are looking for things to get a little bit less stable.
Pretty cool shot here of the leaders
beautiful
jibing. Just get those battens popped. Nicely done.
And Ben, in this kind of breeze, it's not like the Nacra where you're trying to get up on the foil. It's all about just going fast forward, right? And
they've got different modes for exactly how much wind there is. Even like half a knot can change exactly where you're standing or what you're feeling. But at times you're trying to get a little extra speed with a little extra riding motion. Other times you're trying to soak or in a blend of both all the time.
So if they wanted to, they can probably head up a couple degrees and get both on the wire, but that wouldn't be the best VMG, right?
Yeah, they could twin wire here, but it just they obviously view it's not the fastest, and no one would know better.
So I'm gonna just put this out here from this week and the last Worlds in Oman. That jibe set for Brazil, maybe it's not going to be magical today, but I'm just throwing it out there. We have two more downwind leg. We have a
two-lap race. This is the first downwind. We got
first
one more
downwind leg
after this.
So let's see if Brazil and USA both together, both over the line early, both to the right.
So we can see double trapping there from the Dutch, Van Aanholt and Deutsch. I guess Deutsch, they're the crews crouching a little bit. But it does seem a little lighter. It does seem like those that jibe set might have a tiny bit better pressure on the tracker, catching up a little bit.
Maybe just to get in touch with the pack.
Yeah, it could be. Outside of the Swedish, which is not in picture, we've got the Spanish there. So you can just see the Spanish in picture. They've done pretty well here. The Swedish are clearly ahead, though.
Yeah, tell me about Bobek and Netzler. I'm not as familiar with them because of the way we've tracked the World Championships and stuff. But you said they're a new pair.
They're a new pair. Bobek is she actually lost. She was a junior world champion, and then the next year came back and was really far ahead and actually came second right at the last minute. So ended up with a silver medal also at the junior world, sailing with a different crew, Tenstrom. And then Nestler was crewing for Wessler, all Swedish teams. And they had the funniest social media video I've ever seen of the two of them trying to train in Sweden in the winter, and they can't pull their boat up, and they're just sliding up and down this icy ramp. It was
Those
hilarious.
are the ones.
And anyway, so these two have teamed up. Swedes changed around pairs through the transition from Tokyo. They were one of the top nations in the last squad and actually didn't qualify for the games. They had all sorts of good positions, 3 top teams, and still didn't qualify for the game. So they all switched around, their skippers and crews, and Bobek and Nestler are hitting it off. So they went round first, and then we saw the Spanish go round. Now they've changed sides of the course. Notice they're going to the go right gate.
Yep, and then the Dutch are going to the left side of the course on the right-hand gate facing downwind.
So the Dutch are looking to put a bunch of boats between them and Brazil, and when they fall back, that's one of the boats that could be gone. So Brazil going forward and the Dutch going back could be the game. Now the Brazilians haven't passed anyone yet, I don't think, but it's a lot closer than we looked at the windward mark.
Yeah, and we've got the Canadians hanging in there, but I think the Schmidt sisters worked their way back up into the fleet. And let's see.
Just looking, is that Grail and Kunz in last there? No, that's New Zealand. So Grail and Kunz did pass someone.
Yeah.
They're up into ninth. So they passed New Zealand.
Yeah. And USA kind of moved up with them. They stayed in front of Brazil and moved down the right hand side of the course.
The course change here, like they're all heading right now. So there was those that jibe set gained, I think, in pressure.
Yep.
We saw the leaders spot that, go to the go right gate. Van Aanholt and Deutsch.
And if you look
a little bit levered out here, so we lots of lottery left.
Yeah, and in our racing, in our lives, you look at that view from Van Aanholt and looking out at the rest of the fleet, and you're facing their transoms, and it doesn't feel good. Really light, very frustrating. This race is going to be flipped upside down.
Yeah, Bobek and Tenstrom, at least by the tracker, look pretty powered up. We got our camera crew's got to change sides now. Tough break for them. But
Sweden just tacked.
Yeah, they just tacked. So they're already in a position where they've gotten headed.
And in good breeze,
and
it looks like.
And they're fully trapping. So that, I'd say clearly the right's going to pay well here, at least early in the
when I said the race is going to flip-flop, the top two boats took the left-hand gate, which is for the right-hand side of the course, and that looks like it's paying big dividends. It's a long way back right now because of this shift from the boats in the middle left. So Van Aanholt and Deutsch are still with that pack, but they may have lost a little ground to the Italian team of Germani and Bertuzzi.
Yeah, so just checking out the tracker now, I can see that Brazil has followed. They're right behind Netherlands right now. So there's only 4 boats between them, which would be enough for Brazil to win. We're following here with Bobek and Tenstrom, leaders of the race. Sorry, Bobek and Netzler, leaders of the race. And they've now centered up, so they've taken their risk and chose a side, and now they're getting right back on top of the fleet, so they're not going to give up too much.
Yeah.
They need to pass Van Aanholt and Dutch by something like 7 boats
the Swedish.
to get ahead into the silver medal position. So probably that's a little bit beyond their control, but they're going to stay in front of them anyways.
Let's see how this works. That each shift was lasting about almost 2/3 of a leg upwind. That's what happened last time. But I think things are starting to get unstable here. I see the fleet leveling out. I see Brazil and USA on the left-hand side of the course just getting a little bit back in touch with the rest of the fleet. So let's see where these puffs are coming from. I can see in this breeze a little bit more breeze from the top right. So let's see if that comes down. I can't see to the left right now, but this is great footage of the Swedish team.
So I was just going to say, I think the Swedes will want to attack here. They did. We could just see them attack right when
just
we
to
changed
consolidate
the
their position.
Yeah, they're now, that's second place is the ones that we can see above them, the Spanish. So they're in a pretty commanding position. No need to take any more risk. All the rest of the fleet's below them.
Really
and
smart
they're
sailing.
looking great as long as they don't somehow choose the wrong way to go in the downwind and get a big shift. They're going to lead to this windward mark for sure. They've gained a lot around those leeward marks. They've obviously got speed. They had that. We saw them double trapping.
Yeah, really what happened here is that first place got a little bit more extended. Second place, the Spanish are still holding there, but the Netherlands are now close to three or four boats right now, right breathing down their neck. That's really what came out of this.
Well for the USA, Brazil, Denmark, and New Zealand, who have sort of tacked back and forth across the middle. They wanted to get left. They probably wanted to go to the other side, but there hasn't been pressure to get there. Yeah, and Netherlands. Oh, Netherlands going for a duck here. So Netherlands has just lost another boat, at least on the tracker. They've just ducked the Italians. And
chalk it up to that decision down at the leeward mark. There was definitely one side to go for right out of that gate, and it was the right-hand side of the course.
The Dutch wanted the left for this race, right? They won the pin. They wanted to go left. And whatever happened on that downwind maybe didn't trigger them to say, hey, we got to look at this course differently. I'm only guessing, of course, not being on board. But
and maybe they didn't think it was going to be...
The other two switched. The other two said, the right's looking pretty good. We've seen the trailing pack gain. But Van Aanholt and Deutsch didn't, or maybe couldn't.
But what a lead here for Bobek and Netzler. They must be really proud of themselves. How long were they leading this event? For most of the week?
Yeah, until today.
Until
they,
today.
they were going into today with the lead still. It had been eroded a little bit. Had a poor couple races in Gold Fleet, fell to third, but showing a couple more tacks to go.
Yeah,
so,
just under the ley line.
But
so.
the bins come really far left now.
Yeah, but watch this boat handling. Really fantastic job.
And actually, they're going to set and then do a deep bear away and head almost straight at the leeward marks. So
yeah, what do you say for this breeze here? Maybe a jibe set because they came out of the
No. With the wind shifted way right, they'll be pointing almost straight at the leeward marks after this set.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, way to the left.
Way to the left. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, so they're pointed with only maybe 10 degrees above the finish line. So there's not going to be much on the downwind.
At least for them.
Well, yeah,
You know,
unless there's a
close by.
shift. Yeah.
Right.
And then we see the Spanish got sort of inside on that lift. Funny, Tamara didn't miss any shifts.
Yeah.
And she's actually capitalizing more than most. We got the Bertuzzi and Germani who are going to come in from the left.
Yeah, the Spanish actually, you know, they didn't take it for granted where they were coming from. They came back to the left, like Ben said, caught that shift. You know, there are shifts there to be had, and they're using them.
It's Van Aanholt and Deutsch who have really, you know, been on the outside of these shifts. They've fallen now from third to fifth.
Right.
And Brazil has moved up into seventh. So it seems like Martine Grail's going to win again. And still some to go here, but it's going to be tough for her to pass 4 boats.
I want to mention that you know, Van Aanholt and Deutz, the fact that they dropped a couple places, they were a lot further behind right after that leeward mark run, and they had lost a bunch of boats immediately. So I think they're actually probably pretty happy right now that they didn't lose any more than they did.
Yeah, it's fair to say. So this is the tight pack here.
Man, this is going to be an interesting downwind
Roble
leg.
and Shea having to do 2 more tacks. It's gone really far to the left at the very end of the speed. I think that's Van Aanholt and Deutz. Yeah. Bobek and Tenstrom are not laying. They've only gone about 60 or 70%.
And the Schmidt sisters from Denmark, Velkommen, they made it. They're working their way up through the fleet. It's really good to see. They had a really great beginning of their regatta. They were leading the regatta at one point, right?
Tenhoven Millen around, then Grail Kunz, then the finish, then Hobbs and Maloney, and then Roble and Shea last around the windward mark there. So those are the positions as we head into the finish line. We're back with our leaders, Bobek and Netzler. Got a commanding lead here. They're the only ones on port. Actually, everyone else is already on starboard, although the Spanish are following them. So nothing really to defend. They just need to sail across the line as long as the wind doesn't crap out. They've got to secure a win. What that means for their overall position is a little less clear. They need the Dutch to fall back a little bit in order to move into the silver medal position, which it could happen. The Dutch are in a tight pack, so still a little bit to play for here. But the Bobek and Netzler, all they need to do is cross the line.
And you can see them coming down the middle of the course here. Sweden and Spain jibing with the rest of the pack, just positioning themselves on the course between the boats behind them and the finish. That's really what they're both worried about. They're both worried about just something crazy coming in and someone rolling right over the top.
It really does make life easier when you get that big header right when you're setting and you go straight to the finish line and essentially the leg's half as long, which means the spread's half as wide.
Yeah.
You can see them going through the leeward gate here, so you can tell just from that they're right above the finish line, and that's going to be the win. We can look back at the fleet here. That's a pretty commanding victory.
Yeah, and what an awesome view. You can look to the right of our screen on the top. That was sailing Aarhus, where we were sitting, and actually, like, you know, a couple hundred people are hanging out here. It's really fantastic to watch. What a great race for the Swedish team. It was really great to see them end this way after having such a great week of sailing, but maybe just not enough to capitalize on a win.
Oh, well, we're showing the winners of the medal race here. Let's see. They're just going to douse and give a little fist bump and then look back and see what the consequences are.
What do we think here, Ben? It's just not enough for them, for their chances of gold.
Yeah, we got to focus on the rest of the racers here and see how everyone finishes. I think the Dutch have secured they're in 5th right now, and bit of a you know, well, I mean, they could get past a couple boats here. Still not in the bag. They need to fall to 8th though, I think, for the Swedish to pass them. We've got a tight duel with the Spanish and the Italians, who are in light winds and overlaid.
Yeah, and that was actually really smart for the Spanish to stay close with that fleet, because if they probably got separated from them, if you look at the breeze on the water, they probably would have gotten past.
So, yeah, 2 boats finishing right at the bottom of our screen. Those are the Spanish in, I think, blue, and the Italians in black spinnakers. they've just gone through the line. So the Spanish took second, Italians took third.
What a
We've
close
got-
race.
Oh, I think the Dutch are going to lose another place here. I think Canada might get by the Dutch. So that's a replay of the Italians. So the Italians beat the Spanish across the line. So good job from the Italians moving up into second overall. I just have to
our
play
tracker,
with my math here.
Our tracker shows that. Cool.
And then that's
Then the Danish, the Schmidt
sisters. In what? That's
in fourth place.
Fourth place. So it should be Canada next, which would put the Dutch back to sixth.
Sixth or seventh.
The Dutch and Canada coming to the line here. This could actually matter.
Wow. Well, we should see New Zealand
But
be coming in
Canada's
there
got
too.
it, followed by the Dutch and New Zealand. So
Wow.
still
I don't
tight
know about
finishes.
that. There we go. So close. What did we say? What a close downwind leg. And Brazil sitting there. They had passed, 2 or 3 boats.
Was that
throughout the
Brazil
course of-
there in eighth?
In 8th, correct.
Yeah.
So-
So, what does
Wow.
that all mean? That
Wow.
means Grail for the victory, Van Aanholt for second, Bobek for third, and I think Bertuzzi Germani. Italy moves up into fourth. Echegoyen and Paolo Bersello in fifth, or I could have those two mixed up because they
Yeah.
could be tied on points.
Yeah, and who knows with the USA if they're able to, if that point swing works for them to hold on to.
Did they finish 10th though?
No, the finish.
Yeah.
The finish in
Oh no,
10th.
the finish weren't 10th. That must be a tracking error.
Okay.
Yeah. So, just doing a little mental math here. Always the most fun part of the regatta. Yeah, so that's the Spanish ahead of the Italians on the race, but not in the regatta. So fourth to the Italians, fifth to the Spanish. Again, Brazil, Netherlands, Sweden, Italy, Spain, and then I'm lost.
That's okay. That race wasn't quite as shifty and puffy as the Nacra race, but man, the number of place changes were just as many.
That windward beat was fascinating.
It was really cool.
The Dutch winning the pin, going for it. The Swedes with the pressure. The Spanish holding their lane, getting the pressure they needed, tacking without getting stuck in anyone's lane and everyone coming underneath. And then the Swedes pushing the Dutch. Ultimately, that was the right move completely. Pushed the Dutch from a very easy second down the pack, deeper in it. And, then they got caught up. They were third round leeward mark, but they couldn't go the way they wanted.
Like we said, in these shifty conditions, that top 5, that top 3 in these shifty conditions changes, and some people are left and some people are new. And I think the people that were left were the leaders, Sweden, but the real champions were Spain. We saw how strong they were after not the greatest start, and then hanging on to that position, hanging on with a charging pack behind them, lots of changing places. They were just barely able to hang on the second. I think Spain is my champion for this for
Enjoyed
this
their
race.
racing today, did you?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, they got a lot right. Without having the best start, they, did their race on the first beat. They got the most important shift to the second beat.
Yep.
They didn't end up
especially near the
passing
end.
anyone. But
No,
let's
just
not
to hold their
forget
position.
Grail and Kunz,
Yes.
accidental champions for yet another time.
Accidental.
We didn't get a chance to see them very much in this race course, but of
Yeah.
course the 2 double gold medalists, back-to-back gold medalists. If they win a third gold medal coming up in Paris, that'll be something no female team has ever done, and so they would indisputably be the number 1 female sailing team of all time, and they're great champions, spirited, been in since the beginning.
Good attitude.
Great attitude,
And
absolutely.
Ben, you had a comment earlier. When we talk about this whole how they have this way of getting back into the races. The one thing that we know about them is it's not just like Tita and Banty where they're sailing really well, but they're also like leaps and bounds ahead of a lot of people in terms of boat speed. They've been so consistent for so long, Grail and Kunz, that they, like you said, they sail the race. They race the race, and they're just such good sailors.
Yeah, I mean racers, I would say.
Racers, yeah, racers.
Like, I wouldn't say they're the fastest or the best boat handling
Exactly.
or the best starters, but they are very good at whatever's important on the day.
Right. Which
You
makes them
today they had a 1-6 on what was a very shifty race course and a 25 boat fleet.
Yeah.
So that was enough to get them, this big lead. They didn't have a great medal race, went back. Who knows if they were over, but they didn't want to take the chance. They knew they could get away with, or they thought they could get away with going and being safe at the start. So they weren't going to make that mistake. They weren't going to lose this championship based on an OCS. Went back. We should check there were no OCSs, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll go and make that radio call.
Yeah.
We're a little short-handed here, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, so that you look at that conservatism.
Mm-hmm.
They thought, you know what, not going to lose it at the start.
Right.
Go back and be safe. I bet you they couldn't be seen if they were over,
Right.
but they weren't going to take that chance. They went back. They fought through. Sure enough, they managed to stay within 5 places of the Dutch and claim their victory. Yet another.
Yep. And that's fantastic. It's just a really great thing to see, which is now it kind of starts to make sense what their secret is over a long period of time. They're not necessarily the fastest person or fastest boat in all conditions. They are just racing the race every time. You know, throughout the since 2020, where I started watching these events, they have really been not like coming out of the box, sailing so fast and leading the fleet right from the start. They're usually in like 7th or 8th or something like that, and then they work their way up through the fleet. Sometimes they're in 12th, but just it's a slow march all the time for the Brazilians in the FX fleet, and that just shows they can sail a race course really well, and they have really great nerves, and that's something that's really hard to beat. I mean, for as long as they decide to stay in the FX fleet, like Ben said, they are, you know, they are, if they win this gold medal, they'll be the greatest women's Olympic sailing team of all time. So that's a big deal. As we wait for the the 49er gold medal race, we're going to bring in our special guest, and we are going to see you momentarily as they come out to the race course. So stand by just a couple more minutes.
Welcome back to the 2022 49er FX and Nacra 17 European Championship from Aarhus, Denmark. This is the final race of the regatta after 6 days of racing here, and this is the 49er Gold Fleet. We've got 10 of the top 10 of the best gift sailors in the world ready to do battle on the water here. I'm Ben Remaker, your host, and with co-host Chris Musler, and joined by guest Leo Takahashi from the Japanese sailing team, and we're stoked to bring you this race.
Not Tim. I wanted to say Tim.
Leo.
Leo has Tim Morishima as a new crew in this regatta, and you guys were going through a really big learning curve in this fleet right here.
Yeah, no, it was thanks for having me, guys. It was a real tough week for us, a lot of learning, and no, look, it's really good we just missed out on the Gold Fleet, which is unfortunate, but could be really happy with how we performed. So it's been good to actually see the guys racing now in the Gold Fleet, and I'm really excited about this medal race. It's really tight, and it looks really shifty, so anyone's game.
We've got 2.5 minutes to go to the start, and just to prep this race for you, we've got the Spanish in first place, Botin and Trittel, followed by the Dutch, Lambrooks and Van der Werken. There's an 11-point gap, so that means they got to put 6 boats in between them to secure the victory. That is if Lambrooks can get ahead of Botin. Another 9 points back is Peters and Sterrett from GBR. They won the Kiel Week 10 days ago, I guess, or 2 weeks ago, and having another fine regatta here. And then it starts to get a little bit tighter. So only 6 points behind the British are the Danish, the local favorites, Rask and Precht Jensen. They are on 86 points, followed by the Australians, Colley and Connor. First time we've seen them in a medal race, I think, certainly this quad, and at a big championship. And then we've got Fantala Brothers, another 2.2 points behind them. We'll see if that 2.2 ever matters. Needham and Turner in 7th, McCarty and McKenzie in 8th, Prushbitek and Piasek in 9th, and then Bildstein and Husel in 10th. So those of you following at home, recommend you open up 49er.org, check out the Europeans link. You can pull up the scores very easily and also pull up a link to the tracking. And we're going to try and keep track of all the scores here today. We've got a drone shot, we've got a sideline shot, and we've got a beauty shot from the outside. And we'll bring you this race. We're inside 1 minute to go. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go.
Awesome. And like Leo said, this race is really close for bronze, really. I mean, that's, four boats or so right in there with it. So this race is a race of consequence.
Yes, we're seeing all the boats trying to find a spot in the line. There'll be a couple who know to start on port. But we did see a very powerful start from the Dutch in the last race to win the pin. And Bart, you'll notice, likes the pin quite often. So we'll see if
Bart
he
loves the corner.
Yeah, he likes the corner. That's right. He's in the middle of the line, though, right now. So we'll see. We've got James Peters just jibing around, trying to outduel Bildstein and Husel for the pin. Bildstein and Husel also now on starboard. So both of those two are really wanting the pin for this start.
Yeah, it looks like they're all stacked up on the boat end of the start line. So looks like some of the boats are favouring the right-hand side of the course, or maybe just wanting to have the starboard right away at the start. We've got 14 seconds to go, and it looks like the boats are getting ready to accelerate. Looks like the Fantala brothers are really tight on the boat in there. Looks like they're not going to be able to get through. And
I think that's Bart, isn't it? Number 1
Oh,
on
it
the
is Bart,
sail.
yep,
So
sorry.
that's the Dutch. Obviously, the sails look very similar. And the Dutch are going to be a little bit late for this start. It was Peters and Sterrett that took the pin. Good start in the middle from one of the Australians.
Yeah, but you were right there with the
that was New Zealand.
with the Croatians right up there at the boat. They did good, but they've got New Zealand right below their bow. But that's a great start for the Kiwis and the Croatians right now.
Terrible start, though, from Lambrooks and Van der Werken. So those two essentially limped around, and then they didn't even get a lane to go right. So tough start from them. The overall leaders are the Spanish. Spain 74. They've got a decent lane here. They'll be thrilled with that turn of events as they have the lead and only need to stay ahead of Bart or not fall behind Bart and Flores too much. So good start from our overall leaders. They might get rolled here by McCarty and McKenzie, who are in the clear sail. And then Peters and Sterrett, the British, winning the pin. That's who we see center of screen right now.
Leo, there must be a lot of patience in a race course like this with only 10 boats. You might want to feel anxious to tack on a shift right away. But the British have a stack of boats on their hip.
Yeah, it's the thing about this venue. It's been really, the pressure's really veiny. You have to kind of go and get the pressure. It's not going to come to you really fast. So you're looking at these guys, you have to be real patient, making sure you're sailing the lift. And if you want to tack, you have to be really happy with the pressure that you're in. So it looks like we're in Peters and Sterrett here. They're heading out to the left-hand side. they must be happy with the angle that they're sailing, and the rest of the fleet are still on starboard tack as well. So looking at the tracker here, it looks like the Netherlands have had to, Bart Lambrechts has had to tack back and follow the fleet on starboard, and they're starting to cave into the rest of the fleet. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it goes.
You're right about the angle. They're on a much lifted tack compared to what we saw in the last race, and certainly on the long leg of the course. They're only halfway to this ley line since it's skewed a little bit. We see that's Joel Turner and Thomas Needham having a tack out, ducking their teammates Cooley and Connor. Did I get that right? Coley and Connor, maybe?
Collie.
But yeah, Peters wanted the left. I mean,
Absolutely.
They worked really hard to win that pin. Bilstein and Hussel were challenging them for it, but he won it, and now they're holding it, and looks pretty good so far.
But I mean, all the boats that start at the boat have held all the way, so it means they're on a lift there. And all the guys that got had to tack away from the boat have already tacked back onto starboard, so they know that they're in a bit of trouble. And now all the boats are starting to clear lanes, and I think all the boats, Peters and Sterrett, Isaac McCarty, the Kiwis, Fantella brothers, they're all just waiting for a left-hand shift to take it back across the course.
Yeah, they've got probably 20%, 10% to go to ley line. Peters and Sterrett are now sailing of quite a high mode, trying to get boats to flip off their hip, as they know they don't have too much longer to go, and they certainly want to get a lane when they do tack back. So little pressure being applied from our early leaders, trying to get some boats to tack off their hip. We can only see the Kiwis on their hip, but they'll be sailing high too, pushing Croatians, pushing the Aussies, and that's the Spanish on their in a very commanding position, sailed high from the start, and they'll be thrilled with this level of progress so far in the race to try and secure the European Championship.
Leo, what's the setup right now for the power in the boats? Is this just the absolute max power you can put on a 49er right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's really up and down conditions. At the start we had a little bit lighter, and now it looks like they're fully wiring and pressing hard. So it's really important to adjust your controls in this kind of pressure. When it's windy, you have to get all the Cunningham on, the Vang on, making sure you're flattening the sails out. And when it's super light, you have to get max power. And it looks like Peters and Sterrett have finally put it into a really high mode and squeezed the Kiwis off. And
you can see their stern wake just getting into the bow of the Kiwis. That'll be enough to slow them down and press ahead. They still can't tack and cross Fantella. Fantella's holding them out still, and the Spanish. Fantella can't tack either. So the Spanish in full control. They are now past ley line, just past ley line.
Do you think the British can cross the Croatians?
No way.
No,
Not from that spot.
super
No
tight.
Yeah.
Especially in this situation, you wouldn't
actually,
want to take that
Fantella
either.
can hardly tack and duck there. There go the
we go.
Spanish. They'll all go simultaneously,
Yep.
and now they're. Peters
So
and
this
Sterrett
is
have
gonna
done well.
this is gonna be really tough.
Tough on
for
McCarty
McCarty-McKenzie.
Yeah,
because they've got all these boats.
they
in
do
it.
have clear air though, so some of the others will now peel out.
Yeah.
And it looks like they've got a left-hander at their advantage as well. So a little bit of pressure, and now all they'll be thinking about is just pressing on the jib hard, going into a bit of a faster mode to get over the fleet and get to that right-hand ley line and go around the mark as fast as they can. But definitely Peters and Sterrett and the Fantella brothers very strong here.
And what do you think about this, Leo? Looking at the way it's shaking up right now, do you think that the Fantella brothers and the Spanish have just enough poke to kind of beat everyone to the weather mark?
Fantella's trying to be clear ahead here, so that's all they need to be able to go into their tack.
Right, but if the
so they're going to roll
Spanish-
straight into their tack. Peters and Sterrett should be safe on the Spanish here. Yeah, no problem, right? Yeah. And then, McCarty-McKenzie, just those boat lengths really matter. They're going to... we skipped ahead a little bit in the time, but that's okay. Spanish get round. Yeah, McCarty-McKenzie had to go all the way around, lost 3 places. So that one boat length, that pinch from Peters and Sterrett cost McCarty-McKenzie. Jibe sets from, I think that's Cooley and Connor, which is a bit surprising given the... Oh, no, that's right. That's the long jibe downwind. So first we've heard from the Poles in this race. And where are our leaders? Our leaders are last. No, they're second. Spanish are the leaders.
But looking how that beat played out, I think it's really awesome to see how the Fantella brothers kind of managed that beat at the top, but just a little bit of leverage here and there, attacked right at the right time, and gained that starboard tack advantage that helped them get around the mark in the top 3.
Peters and Sterrett are loving this. They've got a chance to move up into second place overall.
It's great to see Leo. He's a very circular guy. Doesn't see the sun much.
Yeah.
But this is great. We're a little frozen on our video. But Collie and Connor, you've probably spent a lot of time neck and neck with that team as they've worked through their campaign.
No, they're great guys from Australia. We've done a lot of training against them down under, and me myself, being half Kiwi, I've done a bit of training with the Kiwi team and the Australians as well. So great guys, and no, they're a great squad, and looks like they're getting stronger and stronger with 2 Australian teams in the top 10.
Let's see, we got the Spanish team right here. That's do you think that's like fully powered, Leo, right now?
No, it looks, the crews are slightly bent, and the skippers are, not fully wiring. You'd usually see both crews fully trapping down and pressing hard on the kite.
Yeah,
so
something's up with the pressure here, because the Spanish have jibed and then the Croatians followed, and they're also looking light. So maybe there's a shift over these guys' shoulder coming from.
Looks like it's coming. A vein of pressure is coming from the left-hand side, and if you look at the Croatians' angle, they are basically pointing up into the British. So they're all just trying to head into the right-hand side, looking downwind to try and find some pressure. And right now we've got Isaac McCarty and William McKenzie going into a jibe. Beautiful jibe there, nice roll jibe.
Yeah. Wow, you can see how strong the zoom is here. So those are our overall leaders in the background, and then last place in the foreground. But tight battle here with Peters and Sterrett and the Fantala brothers. They're neck and neck on the race course, and that's the second time they've each jibed on each other.
Right,
so the Croatians are trying to get back over top, but Peters and Sterrett have escaped below and taken the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's great positioning. The only person that can threaten them are the Polish team, all the way out on the right-hand side of the course. They look like they're headed down on port, so they might be doing what was happening before when they jibe back and point right at the other team. But we'll see how that works out. Here they are. They've jibed.
Good downwind sailing from Peters and Sterrett. So Croatians got them on the upwind. Now Peters and Sterrett on the downwind. This is an interesting choice coming into this leeward gate. Both of these top 2 teams can choose which way to go, or at least Peters and Sterrett can. And we've seen shifts from both sides. What are you going to do here, Leo?
Yeah, it's always blessing and a curse being leading into the bottom mark in this kind of wind, because you get first pick, but you don't know if you're going to pick right or not. And I guess it's really it's good, this venue, is because you can actually see the pressure. So they're going to have to pick wisely. Trying to pick what the Croatians are also going to do behind as well.
Yeah, so they've chosen the go left gate. They've chosen to go straight. It's just out of picture here, but there they go dousing, and the Croatians are going to split.
It's interesting. The Croatians are going to sail extra distance there to get to that right-hand mark, but Sime probably saw something out on that left-hand side, and
the left-hand side worked well for them in the first beat, so probably by default you'd take it for now. But Peters and Sterrett certainly can tack if they want to. So we'll see if they cover or if they just sail a little bit of their own race. We've got third place right now on the water is the Polish. The Polish just got ahead of the Spanish there. So big pass from the Poles in the downwind. They were the farthest to the right downwind. So could be the wrong way here for the Fantala brothers.
Now choosing the opposite mark, going into that leeward mark, there's no one here that's leaps and bounds ahead of anyone else, right? In boat speed in these conditions?
No, everyone's pretty even. So it's just all about pressure, and I think sailing the angles with the pressure as well is super important. You saw how well the Fantala brothers did off the start line there, keeping that high mode, and sailing that high mode was able to keep them from tacking and making sure that they got first to top mark. And right now, very light conditions. Both crews are leaning in quite hard. This crew is almost in front of the shroud, so it's a big indication of how light it is.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a little darker. It looks like they're going to get some wind, but you're not loving that pressure if you're them, are you? We can't see what the others are doing. Although I can tell you on the tracker, Peters and Sterrett have tacked onto starboard, so they can go the same way as the Croatians, and to me they look higher. Hard to know if they're faster or not.
Yeah,
but the Croatians are looking okay here. Maybe not.
Yeah, they got a lot of leverage.
Easy, but yeah.
And it seemed like there was a right-hand phase on the downwind, so the Croatians definitely got on the lifted tack early, and now so they're just being patient and waiting for a left-hand shift, and when they do, they've got enough leverage to take it back.
Right, and just looking at the way the tracker's been panning out, even though the Croatians' crew was, Mihovil was sitting in the front of the shroud, it must be happening across the course too, because the tracker's showing everyone moving up at about the same rate.
Yeah, it looks like they're knocking there on the tracker, so they're going to take one back. Beautiful tack here. Little light wind tack, roll tack, making the crew getting forward and giving the bow a big ooch just to get the boat going. And great drone shot there of the crew dynamic there. Look how hard they're working to making sure the boat is stable.
Yeah.
It's just super hard in these conditions because the wind is so shifty and the breeze is up and down. So need a lot of crew work and a lot of controls and main sheet trim to keep the boat steady.
Crews were moving around quite a bit. The boat's dead steady. I mean, you can tell they're good at it. Shime, the 2016 gold medalist in the 470, 2018 world champion with Mihaville, sailed with Igor in the 470. And the two of them are actually going to be a fair bit behind Peters. We can't see it in the shot, but Peters has crossed, so that other side did work, but I think Croatian's going to still be in second.
It was interesting to see there from that view too. They had a series of set waves coming through on their right abeam, and maybe they saw that coming too. That could have been a decision-making process too, to tack and not take a whole 1 minute of waves right on your bow.
Yeah, it's correct, and you can saw the drone footage and the onboard footage there. The right hand was super strong. There was a big vein of pressure there, and you can see how much Peters and Sterrett gained there, and the Spanish as well. The Croatians are pretty lucky that they haven't been passed by more boats, and actually they have the Spanish have actually passed the Croatians, so they're now in second place. And the biggest loser here are probably going to be Isaac McCarty, NZL 18, who's furthest left, and they're going to be dipping the whole fleet on starboard here.
Yeah, we can see Netherlands won our second place overall until this race. Looks to me like they'll be dropping down to third, with Peters and Sterrett moving up into second. Spain, 2, having a great race. Botin and Trittle-Paul. I don't believe they've won a Europeans, but I can't quite remember. I don't know if you know, Leo. But either way, they're going to look. I think they're in position to win this Europeans.
Not sure if they won the overall, but I know that they have won the European.
Europeans
in Poland, 2018, I think.
Yeah. So maybe Britt Burling and Tuke might have been in there.
No, they weren't actually there. 2018, it was. I think no, actually no. I'm not 100% sure, but I do remember they were top 2 there in that regatta.
I'm getting really light right here with watching the Danish team that's kind of in the back of the pack. Raskin Jensen, Prek Jensen, who used to crew for Jonas Wolver there, and he said that 49er sailing in Denmark would not exist if it wasn't for Jonas Ware. So his face is all over this sailing center.
That's the thing. I mean, you need just that one person or one crew that wins the medal for the country, and that's when people start believing in that it's possible for them to do well. And it's just most countries obviously don't have the privilege to do that yet, but I guess more and more when more people start doing better, people start getting more younger teams start getting involved, and they know that it's possible with the program. So.
Yeah, so I'll just mention what's going on with the sails here. I'm sure it's fairly obvious to people. Some people have all black sails, and other people have clear sails. So the clear sails are the ones we used for the Olympics in the last quad. The black sails are the ones we're going to use for the next quad. But we didn't quite get the sail shape just perfectly yet, so teams have the option to choose which they want to use for this regatta and for the upcoming Worlds. And then there'll be a new series of black sails available for the fleet to come in the fall. And we're hoping those sails are going to be more durable. Everyone's on the jibs that are already working nicely, and for those of you wondering what's going on with that, and very good memory from Leo, 2 extra points for him for noting that Diego Button won the 2018 European Championship, so if he can win this one, that'll be his second.
Impressive.
Were
and
you
with
at
a new
that
crew as well,
championship?
so.
Yeah, a little crew change here,
Yeah.
right? The Spanish Nacra and 49er traded crews, so now with Florian Trittle-Paul.
So it looks like those, talking about the different sails. Actually, let's get around the weather mark
Poland
here.
has passed Peters and Sterrett. So far right has come in on the beat, and Peters and Sterrett have fallen back, and also Bilstein and Husel right up there. Croatia fallen back to 4th, and Spanish to 5th. Then Park up to 6th.
Up to 6, yeah.
Good for him. He was heading right earlier in the beat, so obviously that right side came in. We see them jibe to it, so probably pressure.
Yeah, so a great comeback from Bart. He rounded the left-hand gate and just sent it all the way to the right. There was a big vein of pressure, and as the breeze died down, the breeze is going to come from somewhere, and it came from the right-hand side. So props to him for coming back. I don't know how that puts him with the points overall, if he's still going to drop down to
He'll
second.
hold his, it's going to be very close. What position is he in there?
He rounded in 6th.
Yeah, and it looks like here's one of those.
6 isn't enough. Oh, yeah.
Here's one of those
He'll be
veins
1
of
point
pressure
clear.
that Leo's been talking about, coming kind of like right down the middle right-hand side of the course. And the top 3 boats that are lined up for that are really extending. The Fantella brothers are in that same vein of pressure. And I don't know, it's going to be really hard for, unless it really gets light at the bottom of this course, it's really going to be hard.
We're going to see some
make
more
inroads.
action here. Like, these boats are close together and the shifts are big. Peters and Sterrett, it really does matter if they pass the poles here, if they really want to move up into silver medal position. It's very tight. Obviously, the Netherlands can fall back too, but Peters and Sterrett need to save every point they can get.
So a long port here, so clear indication it was a big right-hand shift on that upwind. The crews are going to take this all the way down, and hopefully there's going to be a a bit of a shift to jibe back into, but for now, it looks like the Polish are looking pretty solid. Peters and Sterrett put in a jibe, looking to try and make something happen, going for a split. Let's see what the Polish are going to answer back with. Are they going to try cover or just go straight to the lay line and just consolidate first place? Be really interesting to see what they do. Looks like another crew has jibed early as well, and they're heading back out to the right-hand side looking downwind.
That's Bildstein and Husel. So, poles, as long as they see wind, I think they just go to lay line, don't they? But it's not that far to go. Save themselves a jibe, and they'll have starboard advantage if they come back and aim at the boat. Peters and Sterrett, like you say, trying to mix it up, trying to get that pass. Obviously, they can also consolidate and make sure they don't get passed again.
Polish legend Olympian Paweł Kolodziński was really hoping that this team would move up into the top 5, so that dream may not be alive anymore, but winning the medal race would be a really great sign for the Polish team. Sailing really strong here, but you're right.
A win in this race, and they could move up into, I'd say, 6th or 5th. I mean, they're not going to pass.
So the early jibe looked like they paid dividends for the Austrians, and they've come back into the British. And so we see this really important cross here. The crew's going to be trying to go as fast as they can. Looks really tight. Let's see Peterson Sterrett gain from it. Looks like the Polish are going to have one more jibe. They jibe right in front and cover their breeze. So it looks like pretty solid, and looks like a bit of a procession into the finish now. The Polish leading. You think there'll be enough momentum there for the British to dive deep, or no? They're trapped. So Poland for the win. Nicely done there. Take the shift.
Good call on the Austrians picking up on that. Just to really solidify that 3rd place.
Yeah. Good racing there from Peters and Sterrett. They've done mostly what they could. Bildstein and Husel, they're back in 10th, so they clogging up the lane between them and Bart and the Spanish, becoming a factor. They just came back. They took a whole year off, so they're only about a month back into the boat.
You're talking about the Austrians.
Yeah, the Austrians, yeah. Mm-hmm. Obviously, a couple good career.
Wow, and the Croatians coming way in from the lower edge there, up and around the committee
and
boat.
That's Bart in what, 7th?
That's 6th still, I think.
6th, yeah.
Okay, so that ought to be enough for Bart to hold on to his 2nd place. So we got Spain, then Netherlands, then GBR for the 1, 2, 3, and there'll probably be I think the Danish will have moved back here. They're in 10th still, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the Danish will have lost a couple, although to who? Maybe to the Fantillas.
What a tough medal race.
Yeah, Fantilla's up into 4th, I'm gonna say. Good for them.
This was the first medal race of the day that we saw where the lead changed, and the Poles just really grabbed their opportunity on that run. Right, that's where they pulled into that, or was that at the top of the beat?
Top mark, the 2nd beat where they went to the right.
We weren't spotting it; we were busy lollygagging. But
Leo got it. He's young.
There's the Dutch pair. We didn't get to see them much in this race, but silver medal performance from them. And
a bit of a collapse there in the start. They kind of shot themselves in the foot. They could have just started on in a lane, but instead they held out of the boat and had to tack out and kind of let the fleet decide where they're going, which was a bit unfortunate. But
it's so painful when it's light like that too. Like not only were they caught out, but no one's moving, and there's bad air and turbulence and waves, so really tough to get going again, and that cost them a lot.
Big kudos for them to climb back up to 6th and actually save their silver medal, which is good as well. So.
Absolutely. Didn't put the pressure on forward, but at the end of the day, they'll be happy they got away with that.
That's the one.
Yeah, what an awesome race. And Leo, I'm so psyched you came.
Cheers for that. That was good fun.
Yeah, what's next for you?
Me and Timmy are going to put in a lot of boat handling practice. That's probably what we struggle with the most this week. So we're going to do a bit of that in Japan, and then training with a couple of younger kids that are going to the Lake Como Worlds as well. So helping them out a little bit, trying to grow the younger generation in Japan. There's a couple of keen 49er sailors. So
you're flying from here back to Japan?
Yeah, back to Japan, and then I'll see you guys in Canada, I guess.
Awesome.
For the Worlds. Looking forward
we'll
to
all
it.
be here, so that'll be fun. That's action-packed summer. Great sail. Are you in Enoshima?
Yes. Yeah, we'll be sailing in Enoshima. Yeah, no, it's perfect. Big waves, big breeze. So
great place to practice your boat handling.
Exactly. Sure. Yeah. So
that'll be good.
Just what we need.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me. It was a great race, actually. It's nice to have a bit of tricky conditions. It's yesterday's big breeze would have been good as well, so take your pick.
Any shout out to a tuning partner, coach, girlfriend,
No, just shout out to my parents. They're all looking out for me.
Nice one. Nice one.
And thanks for having me, guys. It was good fun.
Cool. Awesome. Well, here we are. We're going to watch Colin and Connor on their way in. What a fantastic medal race. All three of them have been exactly what we wanted. Lots of changes. We're so psyched to have Leo and Joe Alley from the New Zealand FX team to be a special guest commentator. and streamfactory.dk. This is awesome. We still have more time left. We're going to get right in. We're going to stream the
Yeah, we're
prize
going to leave
giving,
the
right?
stream running, and in how much time? In 1 hour, almost exactly, we're going to have the prize ceremony. Chris will be emceeing, and I'll just walk you through it from the digital side of things. So if you want, leave the stream running, and we're going to pipe back in when the prize giving's getting going, so you can see your friends, family, supporters picking up their medals, and that'll be fun. You know, I was really stoked. We got to show the moments that mattered in these races. You know, for years it was only bar karate to explain what happened in a sailing race.
With the
and covering
hands.
it live is a total game changer. I'm sure there'll be lots of future aspiring Olympians checking things out.
Yeah,
The competition will be checking things out.
rewatching these videos and seeing the techniques and the strategy and tactics. It's really been fantastic.
Yeah, nothing like learning by watching. So thank you for joining us out there in internet land. If you did, and tell your friends, join us at 49er.org/subscribe to get all the updates. Chris, thanks for your help. We're on a blue screen now, so we'll sign off. Stick with us if you want to see the prize ceremony, and we'll pipe back in about an hour.
See ya.